All right, 550. Let's get this thing started. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to the Scamware 101 live stream, where we go over scam awareness tips, how to avoid scams. We go over the latest trends so you can learn what scams are trending right now, what to watch out for. And I'll tell you, there's lots of scams going on right now, that's for sure. A lot of them are with tax season coming up. Lots of IRS scams going around. Lots of Social Security scams going around. We got tons of examples to show you, tons of headlines to go over. Lots of good stuff today for everybody. In the meantime, before we get started, if you can, just click the heart, say hello in the chat. Let me know where you're coming from, how you found us. All right, cool. So let's get this thing started, huh? Oh, and I encourage everybody to participate, right? I want to hear your stories. Let me know if you've been scammed, if some of you know has been scammed. Let me know if you're being targeted with scams. You know, we want to get an idea about what scams are going around all over, right? So I got some good scams that are actually just sent to me today by someone that I'm going to be sharing a little later in the stream. So all the stuff we're about to go over is all current, up to date, and extremely active right now. So again, say hello in the chat, click the heart, click the like. All right, headlines. Let's get started here. All right, so our first scam headline. Hey, Katie, welcome back. An investment scam, huh? I'd love to hear about that one, Katie. Hey, and also, if you want to send over examples, I'd love to get more examples to use. Hey, Nat, welcome back. Good to see you. Thank you for joining. Thank you for joining. Good to see you. Good to see you. And I'm doing something different this time, too. I have two live streams going right now. One is in this vertical format that you guys are in the chat, but I also have the regular widescreen format running as well in a separate live stream. So we'll see how this goes. Hopefully everything doesn't crash and burn, but we'll see. So, all right, so let's get this started. First headline we got. Sandra Bullock, right? So every week we're running into celebrity impersonation scams. In the previous weeks we had Keanu Reeves, right? We had Johnny Depp. We had Tom Hanks. And this week we got Sandra Bullock, right? So Sandra Bullock is warning fans of social media scams. She says she has deep concern for family safety. And this one's interesting because the scammers that are impersonating, they're actually impersonating her sister, which is kind of interesting. That's a new approach. They're impersonating a celebrity's sister. So let's see what this headline says here. Any accounts pretending to be me or anyone associated with me are fake accounts that have been created for financial gain or to exploit, the actress says. Sandra Bullock is speaking out to warn fans about social media scammers pretending to be her. In a statement to People on Monday, February 3rd, the Oscar winner said, "My family's safety as well as innocent people being taken advantage of is my deep concern, and there will be a time when I will comment more. But for now, our focus is helping law enforcement handle this matter." So she's working with law enforcement. I mean, good luck with that. But at least she's doing something, right? Please be aware that I do not participate in any form of social media. Any accounts pretending to be me or anyone associated with me are fake accounts, and have been created for financial gain to exploit people around me, adds Bullock. The star's statement comes after her younger sister shared a message on February 2nd in which she revealed that many people were pretending to be her on Facebook. So this is what her sister said, Sandra Bullock's sister. "I spend multiple times a day reporting fakes, dealing with weird and scary emails to my business and home from men who believe that through one of these many fake me's, they have a relationship with my sister through private messages." So that's interesting. So the celebrities are actually concerned for her own well-being, right? Because all these men think that they're in a relationship or dealing with them, but they're not. They're dealing with the scammer, right? So that's interesting. So they're impersonating Sandra Bullock. They're impersonating her sister. What else they said here? They have a relationship with my sister through private messages and off-app sites and have been giving sometimes thousands of dollars. And then she posted this. Here's a screenshot, but there's a whole bunch of fake profiles impersonating Sandra Bullock's sister. So that's pretty interesting. So, another week, another celebrity impersonation scam, right? We got to watch out for those celebrity impersonation scams. So let's hit that like button. Let's get some activity in the chat here. So that's our first headline. Celebrity impersonation. Got to be watching out for those. Let's check out our next headline. Another celebrity impersonation one here. Bogus ads use Elon Musk's image to steal victims' savings. So we were talking about this one last week, and we actually see a lot of these on YouTube. It'll be one of these deep fake videos of Elon Musk, and he'll be saying, send crypto to this address, and I'll send twice as much back. And people scan the QR code, and they send him crypto, but they're sending it to a scammer. So we were mentioning that one last week, and sure enough, here's a headline about it. Criminals use AI to impersonate the tech billionaire for investment scams or to sell phony products. Yeah, definitely. I think so too, Nat. We've been seeing the ones on, especially the YouTube ones for a while now. The investment opportunity went very wrong. Joseph Rumsbog, 77, a retired hospice nurse near Houston. The message claimed he was one of the only 40 people invited by Elon Musk, the billionaire Tesla founder, who now heads blah, 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 blah. Intrigued, he clicked on the company link and was eventually put in contact with a woman in England. So it sounds like he clicked the link, he got bounced around. And what he said was a wealth multiplying cryptocurrency, right? So it sounds like the same one we were just talking about on YouTube, where they say you send cryptocurrency and they'll send even more back, but you never get back because it's really going to a scammer. Excited by the opportunity, he agreed to invest $25,000 over the next several months. Wow. Right, that's it, Nat. They're live streams. Yep, absolutely. That's what I'm referring to. Those are the ones I see too. And usually they say like SpaceX or something like that. But yeah, yep. By December, he'd given more than 300. Wow. By December, he'd given more than 300,000 to the scammer. Him and his wife's retirement savings. That's terrible. But after many appeals, the so-called Sophia to get his investment back, he finally gave up, unable to pay the fees she required to withdraw funds. It's a classic crypto investment scam, which these days are often enhanced with fake endorsements by Musk. The criminals behind these scams use sophisticated technology, including realistic-looking AI-generated deepfake videos. Right, yeah, so this is exactly what we were talking about. And that's just another example about how these scammers are getting more advanced with AI. These deepfake videos. Criminals love to use the names and likeness of celebrities like Vince Gill, Oprah Winfrey, Kim Kardashian. And they also promote ads too. So, the example we just talked about was the crypto example, where you send crypto to, you think you're sending it to a celebrity and it's getting sent back, but actually goes to a scammer. But this article also mentions the fake product endorsements that a lot of these celebrities get used for. Whether through ads for useless weight loss gummies, investment scams. Unfortunately, they now have artificial intelligence to help make their ads look relatively legitimate to varying degrees. Among recent callers, a woman trying to help and stop her parents who had given $30,000 to a scammer touting Musk-backed investments. So there's another victim whose parents lost $30,000. They're actually preparing to fly to Texas where they were told they would have a chance to meet Musk in person. It's hard to quantify how many people have been victimized by these fakes because scams are known to be overwhelmingly underreported. That's very true. So there we go. That's our headline number 2. More celebrity impersonation, cryptocurrency scams. Almost, I'm going to turn my fan on. It's getting hot in here. Then they mention another victim. One victim of an investment scam that used Musk's name lost $220,000, and another lost $700,000. Most of the victims appear to be elderly. Wow. I know the fan's kind of loud. It's probably annoying you guys. So turn it down. There we go. Good old Elon impersonation. Oh, let's see what this says. What the Elon imposters are selling. An energy-saving device. Yep, I heard about this one. A widely disseminated spam email features an ad with Musk holding up some sort of handheld gadget. The example I saw was a heater. And then here's another one with Musk and Leonardo DiCaprio. Yeah, so gotta watch out for those fake product endorsements too. Freebies. People have lost money or become vulnerable to identity theft by responding to messages on social media announcing that Musk is giving away money. There we go. Then the victims find out that they first need to pay a fee or are asked for sensitive personal information. One victim lost $6,000 in the scam. The impersonator claimed to be Elon Musk, promising a car and house if you pay for transportation, car, and taxes. Nope, it's all part of the scam. And that's common in a lot of scams, right? They'll offer you some kind of money, but they'll say you have to pay fees or taxes first. That happens a lot in like inheritance scams. They tell you, yeah, sure, you got this inheritance coming in, but you just got to pay the fees and the taxes. You pay the fees and the taxes, but the scammer actually steals that, and then you never get anything in return. So that's very, very common in scams. Telling you got to pay fees and taxes, and then never coming through with the end result. AI advancement in scams. These scams reveal a dark side of AI technology in which the voices and faces of people you know can be impeccably faked as part of an effort to steal your money or identity. Yep, it's going to be a very interesting year. We're going to be seeing much more of these. Even the phone calls and the voicemails. I'm going to play some new ones that I got this week. Even the voicemails and the phone calls seem more realistic now, thanks to AI. The grammar is correct, and the voice, you can barely tell that's a computerized voice. So I have an example of a fake IRS phone call that I got this week that I'm going to play a little later, but it sounds like a real person on the other end. See what else they're saying here. How to protect yourself from imposter scams. Take a beat and check your emotions. It's always good to stop and think right before reacting too quickly. Avoid unsolicited calls, texts, and emails. Don't trust anything unsolicited anymore. You can't trust phone calls. And, always remember, I'm going to say it a lot during this stream, but the caller ID, can't trust it. Caller ID, the scammers will show a fake number. They'll show the number that they're impersonating. They've been showing the bank's phone number on caller ID. They've been showing the sheriff's office on caller ID. So even if the caller ID looks legit, you can't trust any unsolicited calls. Oh, so there we go. That's our second headline. Another celebrity impersonation, Elon Musk. So that's Sandra Bullock and Elon Musk. Let's see what we got for our next headline here. Oops, I clicked create a poll by accident. Did not mean to do that. I should do a poll. If you guys think of any good poll I should do, let me know. I know what I'm gonna do. Let's do this poll. Have you joined the Scam Aware 101 mailing list yet? I better see a bunch of yeses. I just want to see all yeses. You know, Nat, part of me thinks that Elon's actually running the scams in the background. I mean, what's he got to lose? You know? And no one would suspect it. He just blames a scammer. But anyway. If you're just joining us, say hi in the chat. We actually got 2 streams going. We got a vertical version going and a regular widescreen version going here. So 2 different chats going on. So I'm going to be hopping back and forth trying to interact with everybody. But it should be interesting. In the meantime, click that thumbs up. Give us a like. Click the heart. Going over lots of useful scam information here that you could use to protect your family and your loved ones and yourself. Right now we're going over the headlines. Tech scams drain Arizona bank accounts within hours, officials warn. Alarming text messages are tricking Arizonians? Anybody from Arizona clarify how to say that? Arizonans into becoming victims of identity theft, draining their bank accounts. A local credit union reports a surge in sophisticated text scams targeting Arizona banking customers, with some victims losing hundreds of thousands of dollars to fraudsters. One AZ credit union officials warned the scheme typically begin with urgent text messages about account fraud. Anyone can be targeted by fraudulent texts about account fraud. The fraudsters hook victims with the first text, scaring them into thinking they're protecting their bank accounts and personal identity. The scammers then ask for account numbers, passwords, passphrases, and anything to gain access to their money. She warns that once scammers gain account access, they move fast. The Better Business Bureau also reports a spike in romance scams ahead of Valentine's Day, with victims losing an average of, this is a crazy number right here, victims losing an average of $126,000 per person, it says. Romance scams, $126K per person in early 2024. That sounds like a lot to me. I didn't verify it, but that's what they're saying on this article here. Officials warn these scams often start through social media or dating websites. How the scam works. So here's what happens. Fraudsters send alarming texts about account problems. They'll target debit card numbers, explaining scammers seek passwords and account information. Scammers are texting bank members saying they've been involved in a fraud scam, scaring them into thinking they're protecting their bank accounts and personal identity. Yep. Warning signs. Quick online friendships and rapid money discussions signal danger. Scammers often claim overseas legal troubles needing funds. Many times they say they're out of the country, they don't want a video chat. That's a big red flag there. They start talking about money real quickly. Fast action needed. Banks can freeze accounts and stop payments if contacted quickly after compromise. Yeah, very quickly, because most of the time, they won't. The first 24 hours are crucial in stopping them. Account reassignments are one quick method to stop your money from being stolen. If you suspect you're a victim of a scam, call your banker, get in your car, go to a local bank, because we could put freezes on your account. Money moves overseas. Scammers transfer funds internationally within hours. If we're notified within a 24-hour period, we could try. But again, if the money's gone overseas, which is typically what we see, then it's very, very hard to get it back, right? So he's saying, yeah, notify us within 24 hours, we could try. It's going to be unlikely, though. I'm telling you, the banks, once you transfer that money, it's very, very hard to stop that transfer and get it back. National impact is growing. Text scams cost Americans $330 million in 2022. That was in 2022. I can tell you that the text message scams have definitely picked up this year. That's for sure. Between the road toll scam and undeliverable package scams. So there's definitely, I can only imagine how much got lost last year we'll wait to see what those numbers are when they come out. Romance scams surge. Victims lost $885,000 in February and March. Wow. Yeah, so maybe that number does come out in just 2 months. They almost $1 million to romance scams. And that's it for that one. We're going to talk about that bank scam a little later. That's a very common narrative that they use. These scammers, they tell you that your account's been compromised, your money's not safe, and that's how they convince you to move the money. That's how they convince you to transfer the money to them. They convince the victim that their money isn't safe in the bank account, right? So if you get any kind of interaction with someone on a phone or text message claiming that you need to transfer your money because your money's not safe, it's going to be a scam. A lot of times they say your identity's been stolen. They'll say that they're doing an investigation and they need you to transfer the money. Oh, what is it? I got one poll result, and the answer was no. Whoever said no, sign up for my mailing list, scamaware101.com, and click join mailing list. We'll send you reminders at the live stream. Send out some good scam tips every now and then. Anybody else just join in, say hi in the chat, let us know you're here. Definitely join our email list on Scamaware 101. You should be able to see the website on my screen right now. Nat, you don't join my mailing list? I'm insulted. It's okay. You join the live streams all the time. I can forgive you. All right, let's check out this next headline here. And something we're going to be talking about a lot during this live stream is going to be IRS scams. Tax and IRS scams, because that's big. It's going to be big for the next couple of weeks. We were mentioning last week, we touched it briefly last week, and we knew that this was coming up. And we're going to be hearing a lot about, for next month or two, a lot about IRS scams and tax scams. I actually have a couple examples to share with you once we get to the scam examples. But let's see what this article says. Yeah, I have a phone call of a fake tax scam. I have a text message of a tax scam, so we're going to definitely touch that today. FTC warns of identity theft scams targeting taxpayers during filing season. As tax season gets underway, the Federal Trade Commission is issuing a new warning about evolving identity theft scams, urging taxpayers to stay alert. As part of an education campaign for Identity Theft Awareness Week. I'm embarrassed to say I didn't realize last week was Identity Theft Awareness Week. None of the headlines mentioned that until this week, and now it's coming on. So much for that. So put on the calendar for next year, Identity Theft Awareness Week. We'll have to do something special, maybe a special live stream or something. Let's see. Last year, the FTC filed more than 1 million victim reports who lost more than $10 billion combined. Holy cow, $10 billion combined. Senior investigator with the FTC office in Dallas says scammers are shifting their tactics, moving beyond traditional phone call scams and turning to text messages and emails to steal personal information. These text messages include statements like, how to get your tax refund, or here's information about a tax rebate. They lead to fake IRS websites where scammers capture your login details or worse, install malware on your devices. A member of our own NBC5 team received a text message from a number claiming to be with Internal Revenue Service offering bogus money. It asked to go to a web link in the text, which Slaughter says is a fake site that will steal information. And then they show an example of what that text message looks like on the screen here. This is actually the same example I was going to show a little later. So I'll be showing the same example a little later. But in this example, the text message says you are eligible to receive a $1,400 economic impact payment. And this is the one we heard about last week, too. This is a common text message that's going around right now. That's an IRS scam. They're saying you're eligible to receive a $1,400 economic impact payment. Right? And then it gives you a fake website to go to. So be aware of that. If you get random text messages saying that you got a $1,400 economic impact payment, it's a scam. So the thing with the IRS, I think they're going to mention this in either this article or another article that we'll bring up. But the thing about the IRS is that they're not going to communicate over the phone until after they've already sent you notices in the mail multiple times. So like the initial contact isn't going to be a phone call. Their first go-to method is that they send multiple notices, and then eventually maybe they'll try to reach you over the phone. But it's important to know, and it's important to point out, that even if they reach you over, you get a phone call claiming to be the IRS, even if it shows the phone number of the IRS on the caller ID, don't trust it. Tell them to hang up, and then call them back directly to verify. Log into your IRS account and verify that way. The unfortunate part of it is that sometimes when you click the link to these text messages, they lead to a fake website that looks exactly like the IRS website. And when you log in with your username or password for that website, the scammer is capturing that information. There may be questions that the scammer will ask on this fake website that may actually be answers to your security passwords on other platforms. Right, so what they're doing is they're gathering what the answers to your security questions are. And once they have that information, they can go and reset your passwords and access your account. The FTC advises taxpayers to avoid clicking on links in unsolicited text messages or emails. Instead, visit irs.gov directly to verify any information about tax refunds or rebates. And that .gov part is important. That .gov tells you that's a government website. If you ever given a link to like a .com or .org that says it's a government site, be suspicious, because government sites, they usually end with .gov, and only government departments and agencies could get the .gov domain extension. Regular people can't get a .gov domain extension. So that's one way you can confirm you're on a legit website. Imposters are also pretending to be FTC. So here's the FTC warning us that imposters are pretending to be the FTC. The FTC will never threaten you, say you must transfer your money to protect it, or tell you to withdraw cash to buy gold and give it to someone. That's a scam. Report it. So let's see what they say. How to protect yourself here. Freeze your credit. You know, unfortunately, it's a shame that it's come to this, that we have to go freeze our credit and then unfreeze it when we go to apply for a new loan or apply for a new credit card. But that's what it's come to. We pretty much have to freeze our credit and manually unfreeze it when we go to use it. You can still use your credit cards, but as far as applying for a loan or getting a new credit card, right, you'd have to go unfreeze your credit to do that. But by freezing your credit, it prevents any scammers from being able to get a credit card under your name and loan under your name and all that stuff. If you do want to freeze your credit, on the scamaware101.com website, we have links to all three of the credit agencies, because you have to actually go into each one and freeze them there. Next step is use strong passwords and multi-factor authentication, right? Strong passwords, sure, but multi-factor authentication is critical, right? Well, what is multi-factor authentication? That's when you get that code sent to your phone or you install the Authenticator app. Using the Authenticator app on your phone is much more secure than the text message version, but text message is better than nothing. And what it does is it adds an extra layer of security. So even if your password gets stolen or breached or somebody gets a hold of it, they still can't get into your account. So multi-factor is critical when it comes to securing your accounts. Beware of unsolicited calls, texts, and emails. If somebody contacts you claiming to be from the IRS or another government agency, don't engage. Instead, call the agency directly using a verified phone number. The IRS will never ask for your social security number and other sensitive information over the phone. And this is the note that I was mentioning. The IRS usually contacts taxpayers via physical mail through the U.S. Postal Service. File taxes early. IRS has long advised that filing early can reduce your risk of tax-related identity theft. Basically, you're beating the scammers to the punch, so they can't file and get your refund. Because if you file first, if they try to file, it's going to say you already got your refund. But if a scammer has your info and they file as you and they steal your refund, when you go to file, it's going to say it's already been filed and somebody's got a refund. So they do recommend filing early. This is a good tip right here. Using the IRS PIN. So that is also an option. And if you've been breached, if you know that your information has been stolen and somebody's out there creating accounts and scamming, with your data, you can set a PIN code on your IRS account. And basically, to do any changes, the IRS, nothing can be done if they don't got the PIN code. So that's also a layer of security you could do too. Ooh, what's this? Every year, the FTC collects and analyzes consumer complaints. The identity theft remains a top concern in its latest data book for 2023. What's this data book? The FTC reported that impersonation scams and identity theft were the top two categories of complaints from consumers nationwide. Scammers are also targeting children whose social security numbers can be compromised in data breaches and misused for years before the fraud is detected. And it's funny because they say, well, it's not funny, but it says Slaughter urges, the guy's name is Slaughter. Slaughter urges parents to consider freezing their child's credit to prevent future financial harm. But your child doesn't even have credit yet, and you're already freezing. It's crazy. By the time a child turns 18, they could already have terrible credit due to fraud, she warned. Unfortunately, we're living in a day and age where we've experienced data breaches in schools, and a child's social security number may be exposed and sold to other scammers. Very true. Very true. It is extremely important that people should report identity theft. Don't be embarrassed about it. I agree. Anybody could fall for a scam. Let's see what this data book, Consumer Sentinel Network Data Book 2023. And they're looked at this. What is this? The FTC takes in reports from consumers about problems they experience in the marketplace. Click image to see interactive data dashboard. Okay, let's see. It takes too long. I'll just skip this. Yeah, it's taking too long. Okay. Consumer Sentinel Network Data Book 2023. 5.5 million reports. Top 3 categories: identity theft, imposter scams, and credit bureaus and information furnishers. Oh, this is interesting. Younger people reported losing money to fraud more often than older people. Age 20 to 29, 44%. Age 70 to 79, 25%. But when people age 70 plus had a loss, the median loss was much higher. Right, because they're getting their whole retirement stolen. That's interesting. Interesting fact. Probably crypto and romance stuff would be my guess. What the younger ones are falling for. I'm sure if we dig deep enough, this will probably tell us. Anyway, it's an interesting resource. I'm gonna copy this for later. And I'll come back to that. I might add it to my the Scamware 101 resources page. You know what? I've been meaning to, but I haven't yet, to mess with those, like the YubiKey, right? those physical security keys. I haven't messed with those, but this time I gotta go mess with those. I keep on saying I'm going to, I haven't gotten around to it, but have you messed with those at all, Nat? The YubiKeys? They are great. Cool. I'm going to take your recommendation. I'm going to have to go check them out. Let's check our next headline here. In the spirit of Valentine's Day. So the two scams that were coming up in the headlines this week a lot were tax scams and romance scams because of Valentine's Day. So those two scams are getting a lot of attention in headlines. We're going to mention those a few more times probably. So let's see what this says. Don't fall for romance scams this Valentine's Day. People hoping to find romance at a Valentine's Day should stay mindful of romance scams. According to the BBB, more than 500 people reported romance fraud in 2024. More than 500 people? I think it'd be a lot more than 500. I think they're missing a 0 or 2 at the end of that. This type of scam doesn't just leave people with a broken heart. It can leave victims with an empty wallet. The median financial loss for romance scam victims in the same year was greater than $6,000. This type of scam pops up each year, but in 2025, she expects a big increase in reports. This year, what we're really seeing is a new spin on romance scams, coupled with AI and cryptocurrency. So they're talking about the pig butchering scams. Artificial intelligence is a powerful tool for scammers, helping them build traps much more quickly and convincingly, especially when it comes to creating a fake dating profile. The target audience, unfortunately, is a 65-plus crowd. There you go, that's what you're saying, Nat. Because they're not as familiar with AI and the capabilities. Cryptocurrency or digital currency not vetted by a bank also commonly plays a role. These transactions are not approved by anyone or seen by anyone other than the victim and the scammer. Yep. A romance scam usually involves a scammer convincing someone hoping to find love that they found it, then asking them to send money. When cryptocurrency is involved, funds can be transferred online and the scammer disappears without a trace. People fall in love and give them multiple different amounts to invest, and that just completely dissolves. There are red flags to watch out for when it comes to a romance scam. A person with an online dating profile who refuses to ever meet in person could be a scammer. That's critical when it comes to these romance scams. Do not send money to someone that you haven't met. Don't do it. The scammers, they have all sorts of excuses. They'll tell you that they're in the military, right? Or they'll tell you that they're overseas and visiting family, and they'll have all sorts of excuses not to meet, right? But that's part of the scam. Do not send them money. If someone is on a dating site, they're open to a relationship, there should be no reason that they keep putting you off and not wanting to meet in person. Very true. A major sign the person is a scammer is a fake profile. To check if a profile is legitimate, people can use an online reverse image search tool. Yep. I think like TinyEye, right, is one. There's a couple of those reverse image lookups. I've used those a couple of times when I was just checking scam texts out of curiosity. But in fact, I'm going to add those to our resources page too. But those are extremely useful because if you're communicating with somebody on a dating site, you could take their image, you could run it through these reverse image lookups, and it'll tell you if that image is being used elsewhere. If it's being used elsewhere, you're talking to a scammer. Oh, on Google too. Google has reverse image search. A man recently reported being scammed out of $3,000 while using an online chatbot. In that scenario, he was paying to have a conversation with someone else online. Sometimes the person on the other side of the screen isn't a person at all, but AI. Yeah, we're going to be seeing a lot more of that too. A lot of these texts that come in. Oh, Nat, that's funny you mentioned Social Catfish. I actually just signed up as an affiliate for them. So I'm going to be putting a link to their service on my resources page. And if anybody signs up through my link, I'll get a little bit of a cut. So that'll be nice. But yeah, Social Catfish. I just got approved for an affiliate for them. I'm glad you mentioned it too, because I've heard about them, but I didn't actually hear specifically from someone if they've used them or if they were good, right? But it sounds like people who use them or have seen this. Yes, I have seen Catfish, the MTV show. Yep. Crazy show. All right, so that's it for this headline. Romance scams this Valentine's Day. We'll be talking about those a couple more times probably as we go through these headlines. If you're just joining us, welcome to the Scammer 101 live stream. Give us a thumbs up, click the heart. We actually have 2 live streams going right now. We got a vertical version going and a widescreen version. So if you're in one chat and you hear me referencing somebody answering them, I'm probably referencing to the other chat. So feel free to jump into the other live stream or say hi in this chat, and I'll get to you in this one. No, here we go. Police Department and IRS warning of tax scams. Let's see what they're saying about the tax scams. According to Garner, the Twin Falls Police Department receives about a dozen reports regarding scams every year during tax season, mainly through email or text messages. The police department is warning the community now so that people won't be tricked by the scammers. So they're getting ahead of it. It's good. I do like when police and sheriff's office, when they get ahead of these things and they warn people about scams. These scams are traditionally hard for us to reach the source, but please report them even if you're suspicious. The Internal Revenue Service says they will never send an email or text, threaten legal action, or ask for credit or debit information by phone. Rule of thumb, generally, if there's an issue with your taxes, this is the one I was referring to. If there's an issue with your taxes, you'll get a paper notice or a letter in the U.S. mail. It's possible to get a call from the IRS, but that would only normally happen after several mailed or paper attempts have gone unanswered. If the IRS is indeed trying to get a hold of you, you'll find out right there on the website. Right? So you just go to irs.gov and log in or register, and you can see what's going on. Which I have used in the past. I have used that in the past, and you actually see, they actually have a section where it says notices. You click notices, and you can see all the notices they've sent you regarding anything. The IRS also warns taxpayers to look out for any odd or misspelled web links that could take you to harmful websites. Yep, and that goes back to that .gov thing, right? It's probably not a legit government website if it doesn't end in .gov. Yeah, misspellings and grammar, in the past, that was a very reliable way to identify scams, and it still is. If you see those things, it definitely indicates it's a scam. But unfortunately, with AI, a lot of the grammar and spellings and even the capitalizations, AI has been generating it all to look accurate and be spelled correctly for these scammers now. AI is really taking it to another level for these scammers. Let's take a look at another one here. If you're just joining us, say hi in the chat. See some people popping in and out. Give us a like, give us a thumbs up. So this says, new text scams target your wallet with fake IRS and toll messages. So this article is just warning about IRS and texting scams. 2 new phone scams are targeting residents falsely claiming to be from the IRS and toll agencies. The first scam involves a text message that claims recipients are eligible for a $1,400 economic impact payment. Right, so that's the one we were talking about earlier, and I have an example of that I'll show you in a little bit. The second scam warns of an outstanding road toll payment, threatening license suspension if not paid promptly. So this is a road toll scam that's been going on for months now, and it's picking up more and more. I know we got another headline coming up addressing that, so I'm not gonna get too deep into it here. But yeah, the toll scam is still circulating a lot. And they have an example of the there's the Easy Drive MA version. There's an example of the text message they send out. It says Easy Drive MA, and so what's interesting about this one, it might be a little bit small on my screen here. Can I zoom in? Zoom's not working. But what's funny about this one, it says pay your fast track lane tolls, but then it has a link to Easy Drive MA. So it's two different services, but they're scammers don't care, sending them out. And there's so many variations of this unpaid toll due scam. It's crazy. Hey, Katie, just sent the contact at scamaware101.com. I put it in the chat earlier. Here, I'll type it in. Yeah, I love it. Any examples are great. You know, when we're researching it, I mean, you can find plenty of examples online, but I don't like to use examples from like sources I don't know and people I don't know. I'd rather use examples that like I actually received or someone I know actually received, right? And also it gives you an idea of how recent it is too. Like the examples you find online, you don't know how old or how recent they are. But when you're getting them from a friend, you know, you literally know that they got them a couple days ago or they got them today. So you know that they're active and recent versions of those scams. So I definitely appreciate any examples that get provided for sure. If you just joined us, say hi in the chat. Give us a like, click the heart. See if we get some more people in here, spreading some awareness about scams. Trying to put something good out there into the universe, right? I am starting to experiment with ways to kind of like monetize this, which would be cool. But until then, and even when I do find ways to monetize it, it's still going to be spreading awareness and tons of free information. So I didn't start doing this for my. I started Scamware 101 because I just got fed up of reading all these horror stories about mainly it's like older people losing their retirement savings and things like that. Let's check out this next headline. National Grid warns customers of scams. So that's a power company. Each week we usually see some version of these scams where they're impersonating the power company. Thanks, Nat. I appreciate it. Yeah, you know, when it comes to the scam awareness, for businesses and employees, there's lots of resources out there for like companies, right? And they're training their employees and protecting their network and things like that. But there's also this whole other side of it where it's like these individual scams, right? Like companies aren't being targeted by grandparent scams, you know? And unfortunately, I feel like the industry they don't feel like helping individuals is profitable. They rather focus on businesses and offer services to companies that are going to pay for it. There's more money to be made. So unfortunately, I think like the individuals kind of slip through the cracks. but it's important. Let's see what they're saying here. National Grid says customers should never provide account information or social security numbers to callers claiming to be from the utility. The company says customers and law enforcement agencies have reported receiving contact from someone representing National Grid and threatening service disconnection if immediate payment is not made. Right, so what these scammers do is they call you up and they impersonate the power company. And the caller ID might even show the power company's phone number, but it's a scammer. And they tell you that your power's going to get turned off unless you pay immediately now over the phone. Right. And I think these tend to pick up more in the winter, right? Because nobody wants to have their power turned off in the middle of the winter. Well, nobody wants their power turned off at all in general, but especially not in the middle of the winter. You know, especially like in places like New Jersey. We have family out in New Jersey right now and it's snowing. So, but yeah, these power company impersonation scams, pretty popular right now. We've been seeing them pop up every week. Cool, thank you, Katie. I'll check it out after our live stream. Scammers are using different reasons for demanding money, including past due balances on accounts that are current. But each scam follows a similar set of tactics. When the customer's phone rings, the caller ID reads National Grid with the company's customer service line. Yeah, so they're spoofing the phone number and making it appear like it's the power company. The caller may identify themselves with a false identification number or office location. The customer is told their service will be disconnected unless immediate payment is made using a prepaid debit card, such as Green Dot or MoneyPack. Red flag, red flag, red flag. If someone wants payment in prepaid cards like Green Dot, MoneyPack, Target gift cards, Apple gift cards, any type of gift cards or prepaid card, it's a scam. The customer is directed to purchase a prepaid debit card from a retail outlet and immediately call a toll-free number to provide the card's number. Scammers love this stuff because they have them go purchase these gift cards and then they have them send pictures or read them the gift card's number. And once they have the number, that's it. They can immediately either sell the gift card and get money immediately or use it immediately. And by the time the victim realizes they've been scammed, the money's already gone or moved and you can't get it back. Customers may also be asked for other sensitive information, including their account and social security numbers. Scammers use the anxiety tactic by telling people they have overdue payments, but there is a way to differentiate between a scammer and National Grid. If it is truly a National Grid representative, National Grid knows your account number. National Grid will never ask you for your account number. National Grid reminds customers that while it does contact customers with past due balances by phone to offer payment options, it never demands direct payment through the use of prepaid debit cards and never accepts payment through these cards. National Grid will also never demands payment with the threat of immediate disconnection. And then we have some tips here. Let's see what these tips are. The company also offers the following tips. Be vigilant. Yes, be vigilant. If you believe you are current on your National Grid account, it's highly likely a call seeking payment is a scam. Protect yourself. Verify you are speaking with a National Grid representative. Ask the caller to provide the last 5 digits of your National Grid account number. If the caller doesn't know your account number and fishes for help, take charge and hang up immediately. National Grid reps will know your account number. Do not take the bait. Scammers will not have access to your account information, social security number, or other personal details that you should never offer that information if asked. So these tips are okay, but even if you're getting a call and they do know your information, you have to be careful. That doesn't necessarily mean it's actually a power company. Your data could have got out there, it could have got breached, and the scammer might be feeding you information to build trust. So even if someone reaches out to you claiming to be from the power company and they know all this information about you, you still got to hang up and then call the power company directly. There's no avoiding it anymore. You cannot just trust unsolicited phone calls. You can't trust them anymore, period. You always have to hang up and then call back and verify. Scammers may also contact you by email, attempting to get you to click a link, visiting a malicious website, or revealing account information. Do not fall for scare tactics and threats. National Grid will not contact customers demanding immediate payment by wire transfer, Green Dot, MoneyPack, or any other prepaid card service. Do not cave to pressure. Never, under any circumstances, offer personal or financial information to someone who you cannot identify. A National Grid employee carries a photo ID badge, and contractors working for the company are also required to carry ID. If someone requesting entry into your home or business does not show identification as National Grid employee or contractor, don't let that person in and call National Grid or local law enforcement. My suggestion, just to add on to that, is even if they do show you a photo ID badge and identification, call the company anyway to confirm before letting them in. Because scammers, how hard is it to print out a fake ID? Yeah. So that headline is warning about the power companies and utility companies, the scammers impersonating those companies and threatening that your service is going to be disconnected. And we see that each week. We've been seeing that one pop up. It's pretty common right now. There's other scams too that involve the power company. There's this one scam where they'll actually have you transfer to a different company and not even realize it. So watch out for that one too. And then you get your next power bill, and it's from a completely different company, and it realizes like $3,000 or something crazy like that. All right, let's take a look at our next headline here. Yeah, no, that's a good process to have in place for that company. That's good of them to do that. Here's a good one. Bay Area victim duped by AI-generated, of course AI, right? Trump gold investment scam. Here's what to know. Something we don't really talk about too much. I mean, we stay away from the politics. People get all worked up and stuff about it. But this isn't really about politics. Even when the election was happening, there were all sorts of scams for both. There were scams targeting Democrats, scams targeting Republicans. So political scams are a real thing, and everybody's vulnerable to them. And in this case, this guy got duped by AI-generated Trump gold investment scam. Here's what to know. Promises to get rich have left some unsuspecting victims out thousands when they thought they'd be Trump-made millionaires. They were duped by what appears to be AI videos. And again, I got to get some... I've seen them, but I haven't been saving them. I got to go save some of these AI videos and show them on the next live streams. I don't know if YouTube would kick me off or something, though. I don't know. I have to figure it out. But I'd like to show you some of these deep fake. They're called deep fake videos because it's crazy how realistic they look now. So what happened with this guy? And this is basically just an impersonation scam. We talked about how they were impersonating Elon Musk. We talked about how they were impersonating Sandra Bullock. And now here they are releasing these deep fake videos impersonating Trump, right? And what this one was, Golden Eagles Project. A way to make money by purchasing and trading collectible Patriot Eagles at Bank of America. The cost for one of the Golden Eagles is $59, and the trade-in value supposedly was more than $100,000. One Pittsburgh man thought he'd be a millionaire. Turns out the Golden Eagle is worthless than its weight. Marine Corps veteran Wesley Skelton is dumping out $2,500 worth of Golden Eagles along with what he thought were Trump silver coins. He said that he was going to help the people become millionaires. I could trade these in for cash at Bank of America supposedly for $110,000 a piece, said Skelton, which is why Skelton bought 324 of them. So this guy bought 324 supposedly Golden Eagles. That it was basically a fake promotion scam that they used a fake Trump deep fake video promoting this, just like we were talking about how they have the Elon videos promoting certain products. He thought he was going to make more than over $2.5 million. Skeleton became aware of the project after watching what he now knows were fake, likely AI-generated videos of President Donald Trump on Telegram. And that's a Telegram. That's a red flag, too. And I want to congratulate everyone who has already gotten their Trump Golden Eagles and exchanged them for a new future, said the voice in the videos. There were also fake videos of Bank of America's CEO and even Elon Musk. They said you could even visit any Tesla shop and trade your Trump Gold Eagles for a Tesla car and use them to invest in Tesla or SpaceX stocks, says the voice in another video. A Bank of America spokesperson tells 7 on Your Side it's a scam that Bank of America has nothing to do with. Skeleton told his colleagues at the VA and Martinez, and by the way, he's a veteran, got ripped off by the scam. He said he told his colleagues at the VA, who says they tried to warn him. They said it sounds like a scam, but he couldn't resist. So these Golden Eagles say they have Donald J. Trump on the front with his picture, and on the back it says, "In God We Trust." "You trusted," asked a reporter. "How do you feel about that now?" she continued. And then he said, "I don't trust them at all. I really don't. I don't think they're worth anything," he continued. So it's funny. Well, it's not funny. It's interesting because he did receive these Golden Eagles, but they weren't golden and they weren't worth their weight. I took them to Witter Coins in San Francisco. He said he had his doubts even before we tested the items. It's clearly just from the feel, not gold, referring to the Golden Eagles. And the silver coins feel more like nickel too, said Chandler. Using a precious metal analyzer, we got our answers. All right, so let's see what these Golden Eagles turned out to really be. We see we have predominantly copper, a little bit of iron, a little bit of nickel, and just trace amounts of other metal, cobalt, and silver. There's effectively no silver, said James Andrews, Witter Coins showroom manager, referring to the coin Skeleton thought was silver. Yeah, so the Gold Eagles weren't gold and the silver ones weren't silver. They were copper, iron, and a little bit of nickel. I would say you could just use these as a paperweight. The Golden Eagle, we have almost the whole middle of the periodic table here, but no gold, said Andrews. Andrews said it was not even worth $1. Ooh, not even $1. I was angry. Now I laugh about it because it's not real. It just isn't real, says Skeleton. Not real and too good to be true, Chandler says. In all things money, you could bet your last dollar when that's the case. Just run as fast as you can. Skeleton didn't get very far with the seller. They haven't responded to 7 on Your Side investigates either. The credit card processor agreed to refund a couple of his purchases that were within the last 30 days. He says he got around $600 back. Yeah, it's not compared to what he spent, though. He must have waited way too long to open up the credit card dispute. Because a rule of thumb is, well, not a rule of thumb, but it's if you pay with your debit card or bank account, transfer money, withdraw money, pay in some other way, it's very, very hard to get that money back. But if you use a credit card, usually you could dispute the charges and the credit card company will side with you. So it is a lot easier. You get a lot better results disputing credit card purchases than you would bank account transfers and things like that. But unfortunately, it looks like he waited too long because he only got $600 back. And how much did he spend here? Let's do the math real quick. So he bought 324 of them, $59 each. Let me do some quick math here. $59 times 324. So, yeah, so he got $600 back, but he spent $19,000. So he barely got a quarter of his money back. No, he barely got I was off by a decimal. He barely got anything back. $600 out of 15,000. That's like fractional. And again, this was a military veteran. There are definitely a couple red flags there. I mean, look, when something's too good to be true, you really got to do your due diligence when something's too good to be true. I mean, he seems to be okay with it now. He said that he laughs about it now, but that's a lot of money to lose. But I'm glad he shared his story, because that's actually the first time I'm hearing about these golden eagles, right, and that type of scam. So I am glad he shared his story. And that goes back to the way we treat victims, right? A lot of these victims, they're embarrassed. They don't want to share their story. But I always commend them. When they come forward, they share their stories. Because that's how we learn. That's what we learn what the scammers are doing. We learn how they fell for the tricks. Right, Nat. That's a great tip, right? The virtual cards. One of my, I forget which bank I'm with that does that, but you can create the virtual cards. You can set a limit. You can set an expiration, right? And then even if somebody gets that credit card, you know you're safe, right? You don't have to worry about canceling your whole account, and you just cancel that virtual card. You make sure that the limit was set just for the specific purchase you were going to do. This way, even if somebody gets it, there's no balance left for them to even use. Yeah, excellent tip. In fact, I got to make myself a note too here, because I want to look up which credit cards allow that. Hey, Deb, there you are. Welcome. Good to see you. Got a lot of good stuff we're going over. A lot of new scams popping up this week in the headlines, and I have some new examples that I'm going to be sharing too that were just provided to me this week by friends. So lots of good stuff coming up here. So we're about halfway through the headlines here. Give us a like, click the heart, say hello in the chat. See a bunch of people watching. Don't be shy. If you haven't yet, subscribe to our YouTube channel. Got a lot of good videos coming out in the future, and we do this live stream every week. Think about maybe doing it twice a week. We'll see. You know, it's crazy because I'll be scrolling through all these people doing their live streams, and they'll literally be just sitting there doing nothing. It'll be like someone smoking a blunt or something like that, right? And they got more views in the chat than I do. So we gotta crack the code and get more views in here. We're doing something good. That's why I'm messing around with the two types of streams. We got the vertical stream going and the wide stream going here. I was hoping that would maybe pull more viewers in. Hey, Dorothy. Just as I mentioned, smoking a blunt, look who comes in. Thank you for joining. This is great. We got all the regulars here. We got Nat here. We got Debbie here. We got Dorothy here. I'm pretty sure John's here somewhere. Usually John's talking. I don't know where he's at, though. Yeah, now I need to, I want to stream to Facebook, but our Facebook page doesn't have enough followers yet. I think I'm at like 70, and you need 100 before you could stream on Facebook. So if you don't follow us on Facebook, that would help out. Just click like on our Facebook page, and you can find it around our scamaware101.com website. But as soon as I hit that 100 likes or followers on Facebook, I'll be able to stream this there too. Yeah, the YouTube channel like took off immediately. I got lucky with that one one video that went viral. I got most of my subscribers from that one video. But I got more coming. We'll have some more videos going viral. All right, let's see what this next headline says. Illinois iPass users report more Illinois tollway scam phishing texts. So this one is interesting. I know we already mentioned the road toll scams, but I thought this one was interesting because this is for Illinois tollway iPass, which isn't one that we typically heard about in all the examples. This was actually the first time I heard about iPass being impersonated. I did have text message examples of, Illinois, you have a unpaid toll, but it didn't specifically mention iPass. So it's interesting how these road toll text messages, they've been around for months, but they've changed and they evolved and they've come out with different versions and they're still going. So I think that there's got to be multiple groups behind this scam. They all put their own little twist to it, I think. We'll be going over this one more too. I'll show you all the examples I have. We go over this one every week. To the regulars, you've probably already seen all. Well, I got a few more examples I'm going to show you haven't seen yet. So, but anyway, let's see what they're saying in this article about it. Illinois tollway officials first warned of the phishing scam in spring of 2024. Yep, that's when I started seeing it popping up. They received text messages from an out-of-state number claiming they had unpaid tolls owed to the agency. The latest messages appear to be from a 219 area code, according to screenshots of text. It's irrelevant, though. It doesn't matter what area code it's coming from. It's irrelevant. Illinois toll road. Your vehicle has an unpaid toll bill for 2024. See, like the text changes. Usually that's not the text that is usually used in these scam text messages. One of the texts sent to a group of different phone numbers reads in part, the text with multiple emojis, then asks the users to follow a link to pay the past bill. Yeah, and this one has emojis in it. Previous versions of the phishing text came from area codes outside of the Chicago, and yeah, so like I was saying, the area codes are kind of irrelevant. With different iterations of the Illinois Tollway name, including Illinois Tollway, Illinois Tollway Services, or Illinois Tollway Invoice. Most recent versions of the text contain the words Illinois Toll Road. Screenshot showed. Let's see, any other info here that we should talk about this one? Because we are going to go into this one in more detail later with the examples once we get through the headlines. What to do. When you recognize a phishing message, do not click on any links or attachments. Delete the email message from your inbox and empty it from the deleted items folder to avoid accidentally accessing the websites to which it points. Forward suspicious emails to appear from... It's funny because all the tips they're giving right now are for emails, but this is a text message scam. So that's all great information for email scams you get, but they must have forgot we're talking about a text message scam. So in that case, you always want to mark it as junk and delete it. Don't reply. Oh, awesome, Nat. Thank you for all the kind words. I tried to lay this out in a way where every week, even if you join every week, there's still something new. And the headlines definitely allow us to do that. Because literally a couple hours before the live stream, I go and I search for the headlines, and I only search for headlines from within the past week. So this way I guarantee I'm getting newer warnings and newer headlines to go over. Even though a lot of times they're the same scams, it's still a good way to kind of measure which ones are trending right now. And I think it's important as far as awareness goes, right? Is when we mention these scams, even just mentioning it, just saying something like, "Oh, they're impersonating the sheriff's office," or the caller ID will show a sheriff's office phone number, right? Just little things like that. If it's a little detail that somebody didn't realize or know, that might be enough. Where if they get targeted by the scam, it'll click. Like, oh, wait a minute. I remember hearing about they were impersonating sheriff's office. Or, oh, wait a minute, I remember hearing that they were calling up, impersonating the IRS. Because it might not cross someone's mind. Well, it definitely doesn't cross a lot of people's mind that when they get a call and the phone number shows a correct phone number or caller ID, it might not cross their mind like, oh, these scammers, they could spoof that. They could show any number they want. But, they come to this live stream, and even for a couple minutes, they happen to hear that little tidbit, that might be enough to be like, oh, wait a minute. This is what I heard about the other day, Because these scammers, they're clever. They're clever. There's always something going on where it's like, wow, they did that. They didn't think about that one, What to look out for. Many phishing emails. They're still talking about phishing emails. It's great info for phishing emails. Many phishing emails request personal information such as credit card or account information, passwords, etc. Legitimate emails will never ask you to perform security-related changes to your account or send emails to collect usernames, passwords, email addresses, or other personal information through email. That's a long run-on sentence here, but never trust emails, never trust email links. When it comes to email phishing, right, and the email links, I don't click email links, period. Even if the email looks legit, and even if I know the email's legit, I don't click the links. There's no reason to. Like, if I get a notice that a bill is due, I don't have to click the link to go and pay the bill. I just log into the website. I go to the website, log in, and pay my bill, right? Like, I don't need to go clicking a link. There's no reason to. So by default, I don't click email links. There's very few instances where you actually have to click an email link, right? I mean, there's a couple. Sometimes there's like an activation link or something like that, but you don't really have to go clicking a lot of email links. Anything you would click a link for, you could usually just go to a website and do. So it's a good habit just to get in the habit of going to the websites directly and handling your business that way, and not even clicking the links that come in an email. All right, so that's it for this headline. It's kind of interesting how they warned about the text message and I give a bunch of email tips. But good info anyway. Yeah, those ones where they ask you to type stop. So you know what's interesting about that one? So if you reply stop, I think there's a lot. I'm curious because some of the cell phone providers, doesn't that actually like block it on the cell phone provider's end too? But anyway, don't reply at all. Don't reply stop. Don't reply anything. And a lot of those texts now, they do come saying reply yes or whatever. But when you reply, it will also, on an iPhone, it activates that link. So by default, on an iPhone, the text messages, the links, they're not activated, right? But if you reply, or I think if you have the person in your address book too, then the link gets activated. So a lot of these text message scams, they include that now at the end where they say reply yes. And it is and like you said, it is a double whammy because then they know that you have a legit phone number. They know that you're reading the text messages, and it enables the link too for them. So never reply. So this article was interesting. Power cut the site of global billion-dollar scam industry, but will halt the swindling. So apparently in, was it Bangkok or Thailand? Thailand cut electricity supplies on Wednesday to several areas in neighboring Myanmar. I'm probably saying it wrong, Myanmar. But apparently there's whole like areas in these cities and towns that is like a scammer community. At least one of the scam compounds was still operating. They always find a way. Their online scam factories, maybe run by Chinese crime syndicates, have proliferated in Myanmar, which has been in a bloody civil war, right? Now, what's interesting about this article, not only is it that there's actually cities where it's like scammer cities where they just live there and do that for a living. A lot of these scammers are actually forced into doing the scams. So what this article says is, often lured by the promise of well-paid jobs and other enticing opportunities, workers routinely held against their will and forced to carry out online fraud schemes in heavy guarded compounds, where former detainees say beatings and torture are common. I mean, we're getting kind of dark here, but that's pretty crazy what they're doing. They're holding people hostage and forcing them to run these scams. Thailand has stopped the electricity supply to Myanmar in 5 locations based on the decision of the National Security Council. One of those locations was in the town of Mayawati. So I just thought that was interesting. There's actually entire cities that seem to be to thrive on these scams. By the way, if you're just joining us, click the like button, hit the heart, say hi in the chat. Let us know how you found us. We got 2 streams running. One is a vertical version and one is a wider version. So if you hear me talking to people in the chat that you don't see, you're probably in the other one. But say hi in the chat. Give us a thumbs up. Click the heart. Just trying to spread some awareness about scams here. So anyway, it's a pretty long article, but I just thought those little details were kind of interesting, so that's why I included this one. But, you know, people ask a lot of times, how come these scammers could get away with this? How come we can't track them down? Well, there's an example. You know, they're in a city, in a country that's having a civil war. You know, how are we going to stop those scammers? Only way to stop them is awareness. That's the number one way. Now, I'm glad you mentioned Aura. I've been seeing Aura pop up, and I haven't used them at all yet. They seem pretty new, or at least they're getting some attention because of Robert Downey Jr.'s the spokesperson now. So I was curious how they are. But it's good to see that this is getting attention now. Like, people are realizing these scams are a real problem, especially for individuals. You know, again, the reason why I do this is I want to focus on the scams targeting individuals. You know, companies and employees, there's plenty of resources for them already, but the industry doesn't really focus on individuals. They don't consider it profitable. You know, it's a shame. You know, meanwhile, you know, grandparents are getting scammed out of their money because that's not covered in the employee training. Let's take a look at this new headline here. New warning after Arizonans lose millions in Bitcoin ATM scams. Right? So Bitcoin ATM, red flag, red flag, red flag. If you're talking to somebody and they want you to go to Bitcoin ATM and insert money, stop. This is a scammer. New ATMs are popping up across the street, but these machines don't dispense any money. Oh, lost my spot. There we are. Instead, you deposit money and get cryptocurrency in return. But thanks to scammers, some are finding ways, once they make that deposit, the money is gone forever. It really sounded legitimate, Tamara said. So here's a victim. She thought she was doing everything right. She had a problem with her PayPal account and said that she Googled the number for customer service. Things quickly went down from there. So this is where they use that narrative that somebody's in the account. They tell you that your money's not safe in your own account. You need to transfer the money out. That's how they fool the victim. And that's what happened to her. I want you to know that someone is trying to get into all of your accounts, and we have a fraud department that's going to walk you through how we could fix that, she explained. Glarum said the man emailed her a copy of his work ID, right? So that's what we were mentioning earlier. The scammers, they'll just provide fake IDs. So, but his next request should have raised a red flag. In order for me to catch this person, I have to duplicate all the transactions that he did. And I said, well, why do you need my money? He says, well, we want to pretend like he's getting the money so that we could catch him. Glarum was instructed to purchase several gift cards, that's red flag number 2, right, in varying amounts. Then she was told to take more money out, putting it into a Bitcoin ATM. So there's red flags all over the place there, right? Gift cards, Bitcoin ATM. If those details start coming up in a conversation with somebody, you got to reconsider who you're talking to. I was getting really nervous about all this going on, but he seemed like he was legitimate. She said, "Don't worry, I'm not going to take your money. Your money is safe," she continued. She lost nearly $28,000. $28K. It's one of the 24 recent incidents involving unregulated Bitcoin ATMs. In total, just in, I guess the town is Peoria? Peoria? That's one problem with these headlines. There's always like countries and cities I can't pronounce. But anyway, just in this one town or city alone, it says last year, police says families lost nearly $1 million. That's just in this one town. The FBI found people in Arizona, so in the state, reported losing $325 million in 2023. And that's just what was reported. $325 million. One state. Experts say there are about 600 Bitcoin ATMs statewide, and as the number grows, so do the risks. Let's see. Together, they started a new initiative, putting signs up at Bitcoin ATMs to warn customers of the dangers. That needs to be a requirement. I'm sorry, but there has to be some kind of rule or regulation where there's a warning on the Bitcoin ATMs, because people don't realize that they're being scammed. And just a warning on it would still help. It's probably not enough, but it's a start. Together, they started a new initiative, putting signs on Bitcoin ATMs, warning customers of the dangers. They are Hollywood actors, and they can figure out your mood in about 2 nanoseconds once they get on the phone, referring to the scammers. He's calling them Hollywood actors, which is true. They do this for a living, too, so they know what to say. They actually started doing that in the series of questions. I think they're going to mention that later in this article. It was really eye-popping at the beginning, just how much nefarious activity, how much fraud happened. All right, so Zervos worked at Digital Mint, a company that used to own and operate Bitcoin ATMs. Zervos said that ATMs would flag new customers who were making large transactions, running them through a series of questions to determine if they were being scammed. See, so that's good. It's good that that company would take some initiative. Maybe 2 in 10 were legitimate. And that says maybe 2 in 10 were actually like, I know what I'm doing. So that means 8 out of the 10 transactions were scammers. But most Bitcoin ATM operators don't have precautions like that in place in Arizona. They're not required to. Instead, customers often go through a series of prompts on a machine, which advocates say are easy to swipe through. So there is some legislation that they're trying to put through a couple senators, it looks like. Cutler asked Laram when she knew she was being scammed. And she said, when he said I'm putting the money back in, and it never went back in, Graham responded. So by then it's too late. Arizona said any request to pay or make a deposit through crypto ATM is a big red flag. Legitimate businesses and most government agencies don't accept payment through Bitcoin ATMs. Correct. Keep in mind, whether it's crypto or an online service like Zelle, if you send money to someone you don't know, it's virtually impossible to get back. Zelle's also a red flag. Like things like Zelle and Cash App, those are meant to like split a dinner bill with a friend or something. They're not used by banks to move money between accounts, and that's not what they're supposed to be for. So when somebody official is saying, make a payment in Zelle, that's a red flag too. In Arizona, there's a bill to regulate these machines called HB 2387. It would impose a licensing requirement for Bitcoin ATMs beginning next year. I'm not going to read the bill. Operators would have to maintain detailed records of transactions for the last 5 years. It would also set a transaction limit of $1,000 a day. It's still but that doesn't really, well, I guess it would help limit the damage. Arizona said they're cautiously optimistic it will pass. Yeah, we'll see. But anyway, Bitcoin ATMs, big red flag. Big red flag that you're talking to a scammer. Bitcoin ATM, Zelle. See some more people join in. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Click the thumbs up, click the heart, say hi in the chat. Going over the latest scam headlines, seeing what scams are trending, so we could recognize them and protect yourself and your loved ones from becoming a victim. Just gonna put a quick note here in the other live stream just to let people know we got 2 going. All right, cool. Let's check out our next headline here. BCSO. And then we still got a decent amount to go. Well, we got like 8 more left. BCSO warns of deceptive phone scams demanding money from citizens. Authorities said scammers recently threatened to hurt victims. This one's interesting. It's sad, too. Authorities said scammers recently threatened to hurt a victim's family if they didn't send them $5,000. Texas. So here we are in Texas. Watch out for this one. Deb and Nat, are you in Texas, too? Are you both in Texas? Okay, yeah, so here we got Bexar County, Texas. Yeah, I have links to IC3 on our the resources page, too. Bexar County Sheriff's Office alerting citizens about a phone scam where scammers demand money and threaten those who do not comply. According to the agent's Facebook post, a local man was recently a victim of this scam. Authorities said an unknown number contacted the man with his personal information, including his social security number, and demanded $5,000 from him or his family would be hurt. The man complied and wrote a Western Union check for $2,500 to an individual in the Dominican Republic. After the transactions, authorities said the man received a phone call from an unknown number claiming he still owed $1,500 to him. And if he didn't send over money, he would show up at his house. So these scammers don't stop. Once they get you once, you're added to suckers list and they're going to keep on coming after you. Things escalated more for the victim when he received a video via text message of 3 males with masks and guns, authorities said. To make matters worse, the victim noticed unauthorized deposits of $1,500 from his PayPal account and $500 from his Cash App account to another account. Authorities said they recommend hanging up and calling law enforcement if you receive a similar call. Yeah, so these scammers are calling up people, and what they're doing is they're scaring these victims because they know information about them. So I guess they use that to kind of, hey, we know about you, and if you don't pay us, we're going to come get you, right? And that's one of the side effects of all these breaches that are happening with third parties. And your data is getting stolen, right? So it's just another way that these scammers are using data that's out there about you, that was stolen, hacked from, services you've used. The scammers get this data, and now this is another scam that they're running where they call you up and hey, we know this about you, we know that about you. And if you don't pay us, we're going to come get you. And they probably have the same video of three masked dudes with guns, right? They got the same video, and they're just sending it out to all these victims. So that's a new one to watch out for. Don't give these people your money. Hang up the phone, They're not going to do anything. They're going to go call the next guy, right? But report it to the police if you're nervous about it. But this is just an example where they're hitting thousands and thousands of people with the same scam, and some people are going to get scared and fall for it and give them money. So hang up the phone, don't give them anything, and they're just going to move on to the next number on their list to try and target. But this was a newer one. I haven't really seen this one on the headlines at all recently. And it's interesting how it is coming out of, this one was coming out of the Dominican Republic. You know, previously we had always talked about the grandparent scams that were coming out of the Dominican Republic, which a lot of them were getting broken up and arrested, which was good. We'll talk about that a little later. But, yeah, there's another one from the Dominican Republic. Thank you, Megan. You're the best. Got everybody in here today. This is awesome. See some people in the other stream too. So say hi in the chat. Give us a thumbs up. Click the heart. Tell us how you found us. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Oh, also, I haven't mentioned it. If you go to our scamaware101.com, you click join mailing list. We have an email list. Won't spam you, won't send you junk, but we do send out reminders of the live stream, and we're going to get some scam awareness tips going out. So definitely join our email list. You go to scamaware101.com and click join mailing list. It will send a confirmation email, so you might have to check your junk folder for that confirmation email, because you got to click that link to activate it. Because I'm not going to have somebody signing everybody up to my mailing list if it's not real. So I'll put that extra step in. Not scamming me with a bunch of fake email addresses. All right, let's check out our next headline here. Here's a new one. Super Bowl scams. There we go. Well, we're talking about this one. Who you got for the Super Bowl? KC or Eagles? Experts warn about Super Bowl scams ahead of the big game on Sunday. Be careful about betting, merchandise, or ticket websites that may not be legitimate. So I think usually people that bet on games, they have their sites that they use and they know they're reliable. But in the case of a Super Bowl, there's probably potential for a lot of people that don't necessarily usually bet, might want to bet on a Super Bowl. And they're probably getting pulled into these fake websites and scamming websites. So if you do want to bet on the game, watch out for those fake websites. Talk to somebody you know who actually does this often, and ask them who they use for online betting. I think that's a state-by-state legality thing. So it might be trickier for some states that don't have online betting legally, because then you're kind of forced to maybe use scammer websites and risk things. But there are a lot of states that do have the online gambling is legal. Like New Jersey, it's legal. So, but anyway, if you're going to place some bets on a Super Bowl, just be careful where you're betting at if you don't usually bet. But it also mentions merchandise, and I think that's probably going to be the biggest scam related to this, because it goes back to the fake retail websites, which we talked about on previous weeks. And it's no different, right? Here comes a big event, Super Bowl. The scammers put up a bunch of fake retail websites, buy all your Eagles gear, buy all your Kansas City gear, right? And then you never get it. So it's just another variation of the online fake retail websites. And they're known for, they'll list popular products, popular items for good prices, usually too good to be true. So watch out for that. And they also mention tickets too. So if you're looking to buy tickets to the Super Bowl and you see some tickets pop up for $100, you might want to do your due diligence, because it probably ain't real. So it's easy to get caught up in the hype of merchandise, betting, tickets, or last-minute trips. Scammers know that. They want to catch you in a moment of weakness. The BBB scam tracker, which we'll talk about later, has received dozens of complaints around big games for people getting ripped off. For betting, scammers will get you to place a bet online, then make up excuses when you go to redeem money. Some scammers will want you to deposit more money to get your winnings. Right? And that goes back to what we were talking about earlier. You should never have to deposit money to get money. There's a bunch of scams where they want you to deposit money and they claim you'll get more money back, but that's how they get you. Scam websites also often have a letter misspelled in a domain name and redirect you to a false site to capture your information. That's a good tip. You got to watch out for that. You might be thinking you're going to a legit betting website. You got one letter off. You spelt it wrong. It'll take you to a fake website. The scammers do that. They'll purchase websites, and people they'll get a typo. They'll put a typo in when we're going to a website, and they won't realize it. They'll think they're on a legit website, but they typed it in wrong. Something that's really common is you have all, websites are .com, right? But .co is also a domain extension. So what a lot of scammers will do is they'll register .co websites that are identical to .com websites. But that last letter is left off, and what happens is they'll be typing in the website to go to a website, and they'll leave the M off by accident. It'll be a typo, right? They accidentally leave the M off. They get redirected to the .co website, which is run by a scammer. And they'll make it look all identical and everything. So that is a very common thing. Scammers will take advantage of typos. I remember I would always type YouTube wrong because I type it so fast. I reverse two of the letters, and it would always direct me to a website that tried to install viruses on my computer. So, watch out for those typos because scammers do take advantage of them. Virus Total. That's a good website. I'm going to add that to my list here of to add the resources to. Because last week we were talking about a few of these additional resources, but I didn't take notes. So at the end of the live stream, I was like, shoot, I forgot what all the resources we were going to add. But this time I got Notepad in front of me. I'm taking notes. I'm going to add these additional resources to Scamware 101. Keep on building it out. Let's take a look at our next headline here. And then we got 5 more left. Shirts police warn of spoofing phone call scams impersonating department. Police urge residents to hang up if they receive a scam call. So this article, it doesn't tell you what the scammer is doing, but they are warning you that it does show the sheriff's phone number when they're scamming you. So when they call up impersonating the sheriff's office or Border Patrol, it sounds like, it will show Border Patrol and the sheriff's office phone number on the caller ID. As we mentioned earlier, and I'm sure we'll mention it more, can't trust the caller ID. The scammers know how to manipulate that. So this article doesn't say what the scam is, but there are fake arrest warrant scams going around right now and fake jury duty scams. And that's probably what that's in reference to. We saw a lot of warnings the past couple of weeks from various sheriff's office and law enforcement offices about these scammers calling up. They're impersonating the sheriff's office. Caller ID shows the sheriff's office phone number, and they tell you there's a warrant out for your arrest. Sometimes they'll say you missed jury duty, and that's why there's a warrant out for your arrest, right? But they'll demand payment over the phone. Otherwise, they'll say that they're going to send a deputy over there to arrest you. So they're using fear, and they're trying to get people to react quickly without thinking. So that warning is probably what that one's all about. We did a video on those fake arrest warrant scams and fake jury duty scams. It is on our YouTube channel. And we do mention they're spoofing the phone numbers, making it look like it's actually a sheriff's office calling. And they're also providing fake paperwork too. They'll provide fake paperwork that looks like it's warrant for arrest and legal documents, right? So definitely check out that video, and you'll see some of the examples of the paperwork and what's going on. I included three different warnings from 3 different sheriff's offices in that video. So that scam's pretty popular. And last week we actually, we'll talk about the grandparent scam a little bit. There's some versions of that one going around. All right, 4 more headlines. BBB warns about weight loss scams. Scammers are taking advantage of people trying to get a hold of popular diabetes drugs used for weight loss. So that was Ozempic stuff, and I think there's a couple other different ones that are similar. In some cases, scammers are threatening the customers. So this is kind of interesting, right? Diabetic drugs like Ozempic and Mounjaro have become widely popular for losing weight, so much so that at times diabetics can't even get their hands on the medication. It's so popular right now, and anything that becomes hugely popular, scammers pick up on because they know it's a method to get scammed, right? We've seen a lot of scam websites pop up that say you don't have to have a prescription to get this medication. Mitchell explains, here's the deal. You have to have a prescription to get these medications. So if you find a website saying, hey, we could give you Ozempic or one of those drugs without a prescription, you're looking at a scam. You have to have a prescription. Some people even turn to overseas sellers to get their hands on the drugs when insurance companies don't cover the cost. The cost can be difficult. Some of these medications can be expensive. We really do recommend that you stay in the States and don't go overseas for these medications. The likelihood that you'll receive them is slim. See that? See what they did there? The likelihood is slim. And they're talking about weight loss. I see what they did there. No pun intended. You might not get the medication if you order it from another country, but when you try to... So this is where it gets interesting, right? You might not get the medication if you order it from another country, but when you try to ask about it, the BBB said, in some cases, the scammer starts threatening you. We have had customers report that they purchased the product on a website and they're not receiving those products. So what happens is it turns around that the scammer then starts threatening the consumer, saying, you bought this prescription illegally. If you do not pay me X amount of dollars, we're going to sue you and turn you into the government. Things like that. That's not going to happen. It's just another scam tactic, scare tactic, to get more money out of the victim. So there's levels, right? There's levels. First, they'll scam you because you'll be trying to order medication from another country. And they'll scam you, they'll take your money and never send the medication. But it doesn't stop there because they're greedy. Then after that, when you say, hey, what happened to my order? Then they threaten you and say, you broke the law and we're going to report you unless you give us more money. So these scammers are always finding ways to layer one scam on top of the other. So watch out for these medication scams. And plus, you never know what you're going to get you're ordering overseas. And to those just joining us, welcome to the Scamware 101 live stream. We do this every week, spreading awareness about scams. Protect yourself and your loved ones. Right now we're going through the headlines. Click the thumbs up, click the like, subscribe to our YouTube channel. Definitely helps spread awareness. To join our email list, scamware101.com, click join mailing list. All right, 3 more headlines, and then we'll go into some of these scam examples, some newer ones this week that I have for you. John, where you at? I talked to him before these live streams. I don't see him anywhere. Say hi in the chat, John. What's going on? South Hadley woman fighting bank to recover $20K loss on alleged scam. Right, so this is where we go back to how hard it is to recover money when you send it from the bank or when you transfer it. An 84-year-old South Hadley woman claims she was scammed out of nearly all her life savings. And this is why I started doing Scamware 101, because of stories like this. She has now turned to Western Mass News for help since her bank seemingly refused to. Despite doing everything she and her family can to get the money back, banks have found a loophole that keeps them off the hook when it comes to most scams. That's true. I mention this every week. The bank likes to they try to tell you that, your family, they tell you that your money's insured and safe, right? But if a scammer tricks you into transferring the money, that's not insured. That's not covered. And it's very hard. The bank, they try to say, if you let us know soon enough, we'll get it back. But very rarely do they, right? So it's very... an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure when it comes to scams. Because it's much harder to get the money back than it is to, recognize these scams and prevent it from happening. Despite doing everything she and her family can to get the money back, banks have found a loophole, keeps them off the hook when it comes to most scams. But legislation is currently on the table to change that. We'll see if that legislation goes through. I very highly doubt it. In July, Madeline Slade got a text asking if she authorized the payment to Geico. Then a call from Jordan purporting to be with the Bank of America fraud department. So it sounds like this is a version of a fake order scam. We did a video on those too. And a fake order scam is when you receive a text message, a phone call, or an email that claims an order was placed on one of your accounts. And then it instructs you to either call a number or press 1 to dispute the charge. If you call that number or press 1, you actually be connected to a scammer. It's all part of a scam. There was no order placed. That's why it's called a fake order scam. But once you're on the phone with the scammer, they start feeding you this fake narrative. Your identity has been stolen. Someone has access to your account. Someone's placing orders. We need to transfer your money out of that account to protect it. Right? That's how they convince the victims to transfer the money. They tell them their money's not safe. The victim thinks that they're transferring it to the bank or an agency, but they're actually sending it to a scammer. And then the bank's not going to help you. Madeline was tricked into disclosing private bank information, thinking she was verifying transactions. Her daughter, Sharon, even sat on the call. Sophisticated, very professional, so there wasn't anything initially, obviously, that clued us into that there was not an actual Bank of America fraud representative, Sharon explained. So $20,000 was taken out. It turned out it went down to South Carolina, and then from there it went to somebody who was in prison in Florida. So even somebody in prison is able to scam. Since July, Sharon and Madeline's son, Mark, have gone to multiple bank branches, have spent countless hours on the phone with fraud representatives, and have sent more than a dozen letters to Bank of America. So here you have 3 different people spending all that time trying to get this money back, where if they just had maybe attended this live stream, they would have learned what the red flags were and not falling for it, right? But now they got 3 different people trying to get the money back from the bank. We've been going back and forth with them trying to get some kind of an answer. You talk to somebody at Bank of America, they go, oh yeah, we're going to check it out. Then 3 or 4 weeks later, get another denial letter, she explained. Madeleine was eventually repaid the 2 $3,000 transfers and a $55 Zaxby's meal. Oh, there we go. She got her Zaxby's meal. If those transactions are fraudulent, what about the $20,000? To give me back that, but not to follow through on a wire transfer is just mind-boggling, Madeleine said. So so she did a wire transfer. Money's gone. You do a wire transfer, you're not getting it back. Why did Bank of America deny the claim? It basically said it fits the general practices of my mom's banking behavior. I'm not quoting that language. I don't have the letters in front of me. The challenge is my mom has never done a wire transfer, said Mark Slade. So the bank says it fits her banking habits, but she's never done a wire transfer before. The banks don't care. They don't care. They're not in the business of giving you money back after you transfer to somebody. After trying local lawmakers, lawyers, police, the FTC, even the FBI, seemingly no one could help Madeleine. The last place the Slades thought to turn was our newsroom. You name it, between Mark and Sharon, my children, we have tried everything. We never heard back from Richie Neal. We never heard back from Ed Markey, said Madeleine Slade. We reached out to Bank of America for comment on December 19th. It wasn't until January 24th that we got a statement, which read, in part, Here we go. In cases like Ms. Slade's, we attempt to recover the stolen funds from the receiving account, but there is no guarantee once the client has authorized payment. So even just getting a statement out of them took over a month. After lots of digging, we found out why it's been dead end after dead end and why Bank of America is legally not liable. In July 2024, U.S. Senate Subcommittee questioned, here we go, this is where we talk about Zelle, questioned the three biggest owners of Zelle, JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, and Bank of America. You do the absolute minimum required by law, said U.S. Senator Richard Blumenthal of Connecticut. Led by Blumenthal, the subcommittee members pressed on failures to protect consumers from fraud. But what is most striking to me is the unauthorized claims that is to say, losses without consent or approval by the customer were reimbursed only 38% of the time. Right? So when the customer transfers money to a scammer, according to this, they only get reimbursed 38% of the time, which is down by 62% in 2019. Those claims are required to be reimbursed, he added. They're not, though. On August 2nd, the Protecting Consumers from Payment Scams Act was introduced, yada, yada, yada. If passed, don't hold your breath. If passed, it would put more guardrails on the Electronic Fund Transfer Act. And this is the key right here. The Electronic Fund Transfer Act, which currently does not require banks to reimburse customers tricked by scammers. The bank doesn't tell you that when you're opening your account, right? They tell you that your money's safe with us. It's insured. You're like family, right? But they don't. But by the way, if you transfer money, we're not going to do anything to help you or get it back for you. Meantime, as the Slades continue fighting for the $20,000, they want to make sure other Bay Staters don't bank on their money being protected, even if you're a victim and even if it's your life savings. Right. So there you go. That's why awareness is so important. It really is. All right, I got two more headlines here. Then we'll get to some of the good stuff. There's a long headline session here. These are the most popular social media scams and how to avoid them. There we go, social media scams. We don't talk about these enough. Eventually, I want to get a video done about these. Millions of people lose money to scams that begin with a direct message. We show you how to recognize the most common scams and protect yourself on Facebook, Instagram, and other social platforms. All right, so let's do it. This is a pretty big article. It's not really a news headline. I'm just going to see if I can pick a few key details out on this one. Recently, the FBI warned that criminals are using generative AI apps to create deep fakes, right? We talked about that earlier. They create these deep fake videos of celebrities, and then they endorse products that aren't real, or they convince you to transfer money to them. Scammers could use those visual or vocal clones to pretend to be you while they rip off your family and friends. Scammers also snag cloning materials from celebrities, which is why you should ignore that DM from Tom Hanks. He doesn't need your money. And he never will. Facebook and Instagram are not where cool kids hang out these days. Oh, geez. Facebook is like my main one. Oh, well. Guess I'm not cool anymore. But globally, Facebook still has the most monthly visits. All right. Where's the good stuff here? What are the biggest social media scams? Phishing scams. Avoid phishing links in DMs, emails, posts, or text messages. These links could infect your computer or device with malware, or direct you to a spoofed website that captures your login and credentials. Do not click on links sent by strangers. Yep. Hover over links you receive, even from people you know. Examine the URL. Do not click a link if it directs you to an unfamiliar or misspelled web address. Romance scams, right? We mentioned that earlier. You may receive flirty direct messages and friend requests from intriguing strangers on dating apps. Scammers don't need malware and phishing links to part you from your money when good old-fashioned social engineering will do. Avoid sharing personal information with a stranger who strikes up a conversation with you. Do not send them money for any reason. Job offer scams. You spot a job offer on Facebook feed that sounds too good to be true, do not engage. Instead, go directly to the company website to view the job listing and apply. Job offer scams typically instruct potential victims to complete web forms with their personal information. The scammer then uses that information for impersonation and identity theft. A lot of those job offer scams, too, they want you to pay first before getting paid. They'll tell you need to open an account and deposit money or need to purchase something. And that's always a red flag they were kind of mentioning earlier. If someone's asking you to pay money first before you getting paid, it's a red flag. Quiz and game scams. This one doesn't get mentioned enough. As with your social media posts, your personality quiz responses are often the kind of information you use to create passwords or answer security questions. Right? So there'll be these surveys that get sent around. Your friends send them around. It's like, tag, you're it. Answer these questions, And it's like a fun little game, they think, right? But you're answering these questions and little details about yourself, thinking it's just fun and innocent, like, what was your first dog's name? Things like that. But you're actually answering what your security questions are. So you think you're just filling out this survey, having fun with some friends, but what you're really doing is you're giving away all the security answers to your account. Right? So then the scammer could go in and could reset your password to get access to your account, and you're just giving the information away. You don't even realize it. Charity scams. We talked about this past couple of weeks, especially with the LA fires. Anyone could create a page on GoFundMe or a similar charity website. So definitely vet the fundraiser before contributing to a cause. Investment scams. Scammers promise massive return for small investment and disappear. Never ever give strangers money online. Brand collaboration requests. Every budding influencer receives a torrent of spam messages on Instagram offering payment for product promotions. Some offers may be legit, but many contain phishing links. If you want to work with a brand, ask the brand manager to contact you via video chat to ensure you speak to a legitimate company. Get your financial agreement in writing and hire a lawyer to review it before signing it. Selling followers and likes. A scammer may ask you to pay a nominal fee in exchange for like or follow packages and then steal your financial data when you send details. Build your audience organically and keep your payment information out of the scammer's hands. So there's some good tips. What's this? How to fend off social media scammers. Evaluate your privacy settings. Use a password manager and enable MFA. We talked about MFA a little bit earlier. You definitely want to have MFA enabled on all your accounts. Because these scammers and hackers, they'll get your login from a third-party breach. And they'll have your password. But if you have MFA enabled, that's an extra layer of security that they'll won't be able to get past. If you don't have MFA enabled, they get your password. That's it. They're logged in and they can do what they want. Keep track of third-party apps. Oh, yeah, for sure. You always want to be careful what third-party apps you give access to your Facebook page. And what I mean by that is, there's those services where it's like log in with Facebook. Log in with your Facebook account. Log in with your Google account. And when you do that, those third-party apps get linked to your social media page and have access to a bunch of information about you. So buy only from verified profiles and brand accounts, right? Yeah, verify who you're buying with is actually the real brand, because there's plenty of fake profiles and fake websites that impersonate brands. Perform quarterly name searches. Impersonation can happen to anyone. To avoid the damage of someone using your name, photos, or other personal information, make a habit of searching Facebook and Instagram for your name. It takes just a minute and is an easy way to identify and report imposter accounts. Also, take it a step further. You could Google yourself. Google your name, and you can actually set up Google alerts for your name. So if suddenly some website or webpage gets listed in Google that has your name, you'll get an alert from Google Alerts saying, there's a new search result that includes your name. Decline friend requests from strangers. Absolutely. You never want to accept friend requests from strangers, because once you accept their request, they'll have access to whatever information you had hidden from the public. So they'll have access to your friends list and your pictures and your posts and anything else, additional information that might have been hidden, like your birthday may not be public, but maybe you show it to your friends, right? Once you accept the friend request, they could see all that. Yep, that's a good tip, Nat. Have I been pwned? Yep. We linked to that on our resources page, too. We mention that every week. We'll definitely mention that once we do the resources. This is going to be a long live stream. We're just getting through the headlines now. It's going to be a long night. I'm up for it. Good to go. Well, and this last tip, this is kind of funny. Bonus tip: lie. Right now, you might be saying to yourself, every company and criminal already has all my information. Let them fight over selling my private photos, videos, other information forever, right? But if you lie and put all this fake information about yourself out there, it'll mess up the data they have on you, which is kind of an interesting approach. Scam the scammers by lying on your social media profiles. It's perfectly legal. It is perfectly legal to poison your own data. People who know you will know that's not your real birthday and you don't live in Costa Rica. Confusing scammers with information that conflicts with existing data may make you a less attractive mark. You can always remove yourself from scamming scenarios by cutting back on social media. And you know what? It's probably going to get to that point eventually where they have so much data on us. It probably will get to the point where you could pay a service to release all fake data about you and kind of, poison the data. That might be the only way to really kind of slow down some of these scammers. All right, we've got one more headline to go over, and then we got a bunch of new scam examples and good stuff to talk about. If you're just joining us, click like, give us a thumbs up, click the heart, say hi in the chat. Got a lot of viewers here. We got 2 streams going. We got one vertical stream and one widescreen stream. Looks like most of our viewers are in the vertical stream, so if you're hanging out in the wide screen stream, the chat's a little quiet in there, but say hi. I am monitoring it. Or you can switch over to vertical stream and see everybody chatting in here. Please subscribe to our YouTube channel. The more subscriptions we get, the more likes we get. It helps expose our content to more people and spread awareness, which is our goal here at Scam Aware 101, spreading awareness. Click that like, click that heart. Also, join our mailing list. You go to scamaware101.com, click join mailing list. It's free. We send out live stream reminders. We'll be sending out scam awareness tips and alerts soon. And we won't spam you too much, I promise. You can always unsubscribe. All right, let's check out our last headline. This one's for me. Palm Beach residents. Surge in scam attempts targeting Palm Beach residents prompts warning from police. A surge in scam activity has prompted the Palm Beach Police Department to warn residents to be cautious. The department, in a Wednesday afternoon alert, said scammers are increasingly posing as representatives of government agencies, tech support services, or trusted businesses to target residents. The 2 most prevalent scams reported to town police have been fraudulent Apple ID text messages and cryptocurrency Bitcoin schemes. It would have been nice if they gave us a little bit more detail about this, but what that Apple ID text message that they're referring to it's a fake order text message. I'm going to show you an example of that text message when we talk about the fake order scams. And what that text message is basically you get a text message saying that a purchase has been made using your Apple ID, and then the call's number to dispute it. You call that number, you're connected to a scammer, and then they start trying to run their scam on you. But they're warning about that one. They're also warning about cryptocurrency and Bitcoin schemes. The Apple ID scam operates through spam texts, right? That's what I just said, which urge people to call a specified number. Once they're online, the scammers attempt to persuade them to install malware on their cell phone, which could compromise their personal financial information. And that same scam is not just text messages. That same fake order scam, it's happening through emails and over the phone. I actually have two phone calls of 2 versions of that scam to play for you once we get to that. The cryptocurrency scheme usually involves calls, texts, or emails claiming a person's bank account is being investigated for narcotics activity. The scammers then tell the person to provide payment in Bitcoin to resolve it. Red flag, red flag, red flag. Police are never going to accept Bitcoin as payment. In its alert, the town warned the cryptocurrency transactions are often irreversible. Once you send cryptocurrency to a scammer, it is unlikely that you will be able to recover your funds, the town said. Moreover, scammers usually operate anonymously, making it nearly impossible to trace. If someone asks you to send them money, always verify their identity and the reason for the request before sending any funds. If you cannot verify its legitimacy, treat it as a potential scam. No legitimate organization, the town continued, will ask to be paid with gift cards over the phone or online, or ask people to click on text links to download software on their cell phone. If it seems odd, suspicious, or too good to be true, it probably is. We encourage you to discuss scams and scam safety with any friends or family, especially those you feel may be at higher risk of being successfully targeted. We also recommend you have them subscribe to the Scamaware 101 YouTube channel and watch the weekly live stream. Well, there you go. No, I'm just kidding. I added that part in, but it's true. All right, cool. So that's our last headline here. How are we all doing? A lot of good stuff. A lot of new headlines there and scams that typically don't get warned about. Let's see how we're doing in the chat here. That's right, Katie. The headlines help keep us abreast of the latest tricks the scammers intend to use on us. Yeah, and you know what the thing with the scams too is they go through different cycles. Like there's certain times of the year where certain scams they pick up and become more popular. Like during the holidays, the undeliverable package scam is crazy, which ironically the past couple weeks it started to slow down because the holidays are over, right? But November, December, and January, the undeliverable package scam, every week there's new warnings about that one. And now it's tax season. So some of the earlier headlines we were reading and some of the examples I'm going to share with you now about IRS scams, it's the time of year where the IRS scams and the tax scams become popular. So the headlines are always a good way to see what scams are trending, what scams are being reported, right? And obviously any new ones that are coming out and starting to get some attention. All right. Usually at this point I take a coffee break, but I'm not going to because we're definitely past schedule here. So I'm just going to keep on going. I think I still got some coffee left. And by the way, I just where is it? Let me show you guys something too. I just set up this store under our YouTube channel too with some products. I don't know if I might switch it out. I was just experimenting with it. You know how you could like link a store to your YouTube channel? So I added these products and the ones that I picked, it would have let me pick a bunch of them like t-shirts and things like that, but I wasn't interested in that. I was interested in items that would like be in front of you while you're at your desk, right? So there's like coffee mugs, mouse pads, water bottles, some stickers that you could put somewhere. But the idea was I wanted it to be items that are in front of you or you could give to a loved one and it's in front of them. So this way they're sitting on the desk, right? And they have their coffee cup there and it says right there, Scamaware 101, right? So there's a better chance of maybe being reminded when they're reading an email and they're about ready to click on a link and then right in front of them there's a coffee cup that says Scamaware 101 or right on their mouse pad it says Scamaware 101. You know, so I put some items on here that would help maybe be used more of a reminder. They seem to be retail prices. I'm going to look at different providers and see if I can find cheaper ones because it was crazy. I think I get like $10 off of each of these. I just marked them up $10 and it seems to be pretty expensive. So I'm going to look for cheaper providers. But anyway, it is there for now and the idea is I do want to get some products listed on here that they serve a purpose as a reminder in real time. That's why I wasn't doing like t-shirts or anything like that. I want it to be like items that will be sitting in front of you and reminding you. Anyway, yeah, it's right on the website there. I ordered mine a couple days ago. This way I can actually use them on the live stream here when I'm sipping the coffee. But they haven't arrived yet. They should get here in a day or two. So hopefully next week's live stream you'll see me with a cool coffee mug that says Scamware that I'm sipping out of. But anyway, that's there. Cool. So let's go into some new scam examples. So we'll go over our usual scams, but I have some new examples that I figure we'll do first for this live stream. And I actually got a new example today from a family friend, and it was a good one, so I wanted to make sure to include it on this live stream. So a friend reached out to me today and sent me a screenshot of an email she got, and she said it was from the Social Security Administration, and she asked me if it was a scam, and sure enough, it was a scam. So I kept the email, and I'm going to show you. Let me go get my examples up here. This one came in literally today. So this one's active and going around right now. And we've always heard about Social Security Administration scammers. And usually it's a phone call. And unfortunately, I don't have any examples of phone calls. But this one was an email. And I jumped at the chance to save the email. So now we at least got an example of one of the Social Security Administration scam emails. So I'm going to bring that one up right now. And the Social Security scams tend to pick up this time of year too, because I think at the beginning of the year changes start going in effect for Social Security. So I think those scams tend to pick up at this time of the year as well. All right, so here is the email that she received. And as you can see in the screenshot, it's this is the mobile screenshot. And it's a little trickier to realize that it's a scam email on your mobile device, right? Because you don't see the from address. You just see kind of like what they said, Department of whatever, right? And the links. So you can see that it's got a link that says, that looks like it's ssa.gov, right? And ssa.gov is a legit government website. That's their website. But that's not what the link actually points to. So this was the email she received. I had her forward it over to me. And this is what's actually going on with it, right? So I showed the actual email address that it came from, which is something you always need to do, right? You always got to click on the from name and actually see what the email address is. Even though it says it's in this case, it's Department of Information Services. But even if it said Social Security Administration there, you got to click on it and see what the actual email is, right? That's how you identify if it's really from them or not, right? So in this case, you click on that and you see it's actually an email address at safaricom.co.ke, right? So right away, you know that that's a scam email from that address, right? And then you move the mouse over to link, because even though the text says that it's ssa.gov, if you actually move the mouse over to link and see where it points to, don't click it, but you could see where it points to, you see it points to this gibberish website domain, like l1nq.com. It doesn't really point to ssa.gov. So this is claiming that it's a report, right? So this email says, get your new information now. To see your statement, please download the file from this link. And it's got ssa.gov/forms/your report. But again, that link doesn't really point there. The link actually points somewhere else. We hope you find your new statement useful and informative. Thank you for using the Social Security Administration services. Please do not reply to this email as we are unable to respond to messages sent to this address, right? But then, and one of the red flags it says down here is, this file works on computers only. So that was definitely a red flag. When I saw that, I was like, this file works on computers only. That's a red flag right there. So I don't know what happens when you click the link. It's going to take you to this gibberish website, and I'm not going to click the link, but it's probably going to take you somewhere to install malware on your computer. Either that or it's going to try to trick you into putting in your user information. Yep, always got to hover over the from address to see, the from name to see what the email address is, and always got to hover over a link to see where it's actually supposed to go. Because again, is this example, because it looks kind of legit, right? I mean, to someone that doesn't really deal with the scam stuff every day, and it could be considered legit, or at the very least, it could indicate that maybe somebody got into your Social Security Administration account, and that's why you got this notification. So there's a couple things that this could have indicated, right? But you move the mouse over to from address, you see what the actual from address is. It's not from SSA.gov. You hover over to a link, it doesn't actually point to SSA.gov, right? And that's how you could tell that this was a Social Security scam. And this one dated today, February 6th. So this one is literally circulating right now. Like this was only a few hours ago earlier today. So watch out for this one. I was glad to finally get an example of an actual Social Security email. That came from a friend. Again, like I was saying earlier, I prefer using examples that people I know send to me instead of just finding random examples online. And then this shows that this is actually circulating right now. So watch out for this one, Social Security scam. And this was an email version, but they are calling the phone too, right? So never trust the phone call. Even if the caller ID has the correct phone number, it could still be a scammer, right? So hang up, reach out directly if you're concerned that's real. Hey, Steve, welcome to the live stream. Good to see you. Ah, there you go. That's a good tip. Good tip, Steve. I like that. But you just need to remember the fake answer that you gave if you ever need to use it. I think that's the one catch. But hey, that's good though. So this was the first example of a scam that's going around right now for the Social Security Administration. So watch out for these. Now let's talk IRS scams. I have two different examples of two IRS scams that are actively going around right now. And by the way, if you're just joining us, click the like, click the heart, say hi in chat. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. It'll help spread awareness. That's our goal here, is just spreading awareness. The more likes we get, the more subscribers we get. The YouTube algorithm will show our content more and in turn spread awareness. So you could help spread awareness by simply clicking like and subscribing to our channel. And join our mailing list, of course. Scamaware101.com. Click join mailing list. Won't spam you too much, I promise. Oh, and follow us on social media too. Couple action items for everybody. Right? We're on Facebook, Blue Sky, X, Threads, Instagram, and YouTube, obviously. All right, so let's take a look at some of these IRS scams. So the first one we'll start off with, and this was, we mentioned this one in the headlines, but this one is circulating, currently circulating. And it's a text message that goes out, right? And it says they claim to be from the Internal Revenue Service. It says, you're eligible to receive a $1,400 economic impact payment. Please provide your accurate personal information. We will deposit the amount into your bank account or mail a paper check within 1 to 2 business days. And then it has a link to a fake website. And what's interesting about this, I'm not sure if you can see the link. It's kind of small. I'm going to see if I can make it big enough for you to see. But these scammers used a little clever trick, right? So they use, for the link, they put www.irs.gov, right, to make it seem like it's linking to the .gov website. But that's actually a subdomain, because then it goes subsidy-ion.com. So the actual domain name is subsidy.ion.com. It's not a .gov. It's not a .gov website. It's a subsidy-ion.com. That's the website. But they put a subdomain where it's www.irs.gov.subsidy-ion.com. So someone that just takes a quick glimpse at this doesn't realize, oh wait, that's actually this a subdomain. That's not the real domain, irs.gov. They might fall for it thinking that they're getting linked to the actual irs.gov website, where they're not. And that's a clever trick that scammers have been using for a long time now. They'll purchase a domain name, and then they'll add subdomains to it to make it seem like it's a .gov site and whatnot. But anyway, back to this scam that's going around. The whole point of this text message, right, is they claim you have an economic impact payment of $1,400. And they want you to be like, oh man, $1,400. I'm going to click that and fill out my information right now. Right? But then they either steal your information or install something malicious onto your device. So this one, we're being warned about this one a lot. This one popped up in the headlines multiple times today, and even a lot of headlines I didn't include because I already had them, covered in headlines. But I saw it pop up a lot more in addition to the headlines that we went over. So be aware of these text messages claiming, there's a $1,400 economic impact payment. And by the way, the IRS would never send you a text message like this either. They would reach out through mail regarding anything, related to your account. They wouldn't send you a text message like this. So definitely be on alert for these. Warn your loved ones. It's tax season. People will fall for this, right? Especially if they think that there's $1,400 that they could get. But they think they're going to get $1,400, and the scammers actually clear out their bank account and take their life savings. So this is the first example of a IRS scam that's circulating right now. So watch out for these texts and warn your loved ones about them. Yeah, now once somebody has access to once you let them on your PC, it's game over. They're extracting your passwords. They're stealing your cookies, so now they can get into websites you were logged into. They're stealing your data, and they could blackmail you, your personal information, your private photos. Like it's not good. It's not good. They get access to your email. You cannot let these people on your computer. You cannot fall for this trick where you install malware that gives them access to your computer. It's a terrible situation to be in, and we're going to talk about that too during the red flags. One of the red flags is they want access to your computer. Do not let them on your computer. It's bad, bad, bad. And then you never know what they did. Even if you let them on your computer, even if you realize a minute afterwards, and oh shoot, and you turn off your, it might be too late. They might have installed something, and now that's it. They got access to your computer whenever they want, and you won't even realize it. So that's one example of an IRS scam going around right now, and I'm sure we're going to be seeing this. We're probably going to see this one every week for next 2 months probably. So, hey Nat, actually yes, we do got a suggestion on a password manager. NordPass. NordPass is good. Actually, I might as well show you now real quick, just in case you're not sticking around until the end. But on the tools and resources page, scamaware101.com, tools and resources. I mentioned earlier, I got approved for some affiliate programs, right? So over on the resources page here, if you scroll down to security software, you'll notice there's two new products here since last week. We got NordVPN and NordPass. And what I did is when I got approved for the affiliate program, I just grabbed the best offer I could find. I was like, let me just find the best. Because when you get approved for these, you could pick which offers you want. And there's just a regular price, then there's a save this, save that. So I just picked the best deal that was there. So we got NordVPN, NordPass. NordVPN, if you do the... let me show you something. You could get the NordPass alone, right, individually, where it's just NordPass. This link here on the resources page, if you click this link, you'll save 56% and get 3 extra months. So if you do decide you want to do NordPass, I'd use my link. That'd be awesome. But you'll get let me show you how much it's actually pretty cheap. If you're just going to get the pass, click that link. There's a 56% off plus 3 extra months. And you actually get 27 months for $35. Under 35. It's 34. Was it 34? 34.83. That's for 27 months. So you're good for 2 years. You got this password manager. So, and that's like 50%, 56% off the regular price and includes 3 extra months. So $35, you got this password manager for over 2 years. But you might want to consider, and it doesn't make a difference to me, but there's also a link to NordVPN, right? So if you're interested in having a VPN as well, we have a sponsorship link there or affiliate link. You actually say 72% off a NordVPN, and you get 1 extra year. So that comes out to, and the reason why I'm saying NordVPN is because that actually includes the password manager too. So if you were considering getting a VPN or interested in getting a VPN, you'll get the password manager too as well. There's no reason to pay for both if you're going to get the VPN, right? And that's included with their Plus version here. So if you just wanted a VPN, click that link, and for $81, you're good for 2 years. You have the VPN for 2 years for $81, which is good. But I recommend going with Plus for an extra $20, right? So $105, 2 years, $105 includes the VPN, but it also includes a password manager. So if you're interested in getting a VPN, choose this one, and you get the password manager too. So, but if you just want the password manager, we have the link there as well, and they're pretty good. And these were the best deals I could find while I was searching for the deals to put on there. So if you're interested, appreciate it. Click my link. I get a little bit of a cut. That's nice. And I have NordVPN. I like NordVPN. I had no issues with it. It's good. It's good software. So, but again, there's NordPass as well. But anyway, I was going to save that to the end, but since you were mentioning it, I mention it now. But anyway, and I'm not going to recommend anything that I don't trust and I've used myself. I'm not just going to pick random stuff and list it here. But anyway, let's get back to these IRS scams. There's a few more affiliate links coming. I got approved for Delete Me, which is cool. So I'll be getting a link put up there for Delete Me, and there's a couple other ones as well. But anyway, cool. So let's check out our next IRS scam that's circulating right now. And this is a phone call. This is one that I received, right? So this is the voicemail that was left for me. I'm going to play it for you right now. And what's funny about this is my friend in a totally different state, right? He actually reached out to me a couple days ago, and he sent me a recording. He's getting the same calls, right? So these calls are they're dialing everybody. They're saying the same thing, and they're trying to get people to call back. But anyway, let me play this phone call for you. And this basically is a scam company. It's a scam company saying that they're going to get you forgiveness on your taxes. And what's shady about it is on the call, they say, we detected that you owe taxes, that you have overdue taxes. So they're using that whole technique where they're trying to scare people that hear this. They're trying to scare them into thinking, oh, wait, what, I have taxes due? I didn't realize I had taxes due, right? And then they offer forgiveness. So they're trying to scare people. Then they're like, call us now and get forgiveness. And by the way, let me play the call for you. I'm actually curious if anybody else in the chat has been getting this call, because a lot of people have been telling me they've been getting the same call. All right, so here's the voicemail that was left for me recently and my friends. Let me know if you can't hear it. I'm going to hold up the mic to speaker.
Hi, this is Lindsay Carter from the Activation Department. Give me a call back at 833-850-2527. Our records indicate you have some back taxes owed. You're now eligible to apply for them to be forgiven with the Zero Tax Balance Program. Any back owed taxes can be enrolled to be forgiven through this program. But we do need to sign up this week. Just give me a call so we can start the process. It's really quick, and I'll keep your file open here. So my number is 833-850-2527. If you've already resolved this, call back and press 2 to be removed. Can't wait to speak with you. 2.
Were you able to hear that? So there's a bunch of red flags in that voicemail, right? First they're saying you got to call back this week. They're only going to be able to take care of those back taxes for you this week. So they're trying to instill a sense of urgency, right? They're telling you they found back taxes due. So they're lying. Maybe in some cases is right, but they don't know that. They're just leaving that on every voicemail saying that, so they're trying to scare you. They try to scare you. Oh my God, I got taxes due. And we get cleared up for you if you call us back within a week. So they're trying to get that sense of urgency instilled as well, right? And there's a bunch of different versions of that phone call going around right now, but it's the same voice and it's the same storyline. And what's interesting about that, yep, exactly, urgency is always an indicator. And what's interesting about that call is an example of what AI is doing, right? Because it almost sounded like that wasn't a recording. It almost sounded like that was a real person. And the way it's phrased is like, oh, I'll keep your file open for you. Give me a call back. Here's my phone number. There could be pretty convincing that you think it's a real person leaving you a message. But that's what they could do with AI now. They could generate that script, right? That where it sounds convincing. They could use AI where the voice is convincing. It doesn't sound robotic at all anymore. But it's reality. It's just a scam robocall. It's just going out to everybody. It's leaving the same message for everybody, and it's trying to get people to get scared, sense of urgency, and a call back immediately. Right. So watch out for that call. It's definitely going around. I had multiple friends report the same call to me, and that recording was actually one that I received specifically too. So that's the second example of an IRS scam that's floating around this week. And then I have a newer example as well. And this was one that I received again. I got a phone call claiming that, well, I'll play it for you. It's basically that they're impersonating Comcast. They say there's a discount. And I got to call back within a week or whatever and get the discount before it expires, right? But the thing is, I don't have Comcast. They're not my provider. I've never had Comcast. So it's a fake call. It's a scam. And there's a couple indicators too. But let me play that call for you. Just bear with me. Let's find it real quick. Okay, so this is a recording of a fake Comcast phone call scam.
Hello, this voicemail is from Comcast Xfinity. Your current 50% discount on your monthly bill will expire by the end of the day. To maintain your reduced rate, call the number on your caller ID immediately. This is your final reminder to act. Call back now. Thank you.
Sense of urgency again, right? Got the sense of urgency. And then, and the other red flag, which I've been noticing on a lot of these calls, is they say call the number back displayed. Instead of leaving a real number, they say call the number that was displayed back. And that's a red flag, 100%. That's a scam call. If the voicemail says to call the number that's displayed, it's a scam. But that's an example of, I guess you would say, a discount scam or special offer scam, but it's not real. And in this case, they're just calling everybody, saying they're Comcast, right? And they figure, eventually, some of the people that reach are gonna have Comcast and think, oh, gee, I better call, right? They know that not everybody's gonna have Comcast, but they know that some people will, and that's the whole idea. They're I forget what the term is for it. It'll come to me later. But anyway, watch out for that phone call or different variations of that phone call. Just because that one says that's Comcast, that doesn't mean that there's different versions of this saying, hey, we're Optimum Online. Hey, we're... I can't think of any other providers right now. It's getting late. But you know what I mean. So those were some newer scams that we usually don't cover on these live streams. I mean, they just came in this week. I got the examples this week, and I want to take the opportunity to share those newer ones with you, especially for the people that are here every week. Start boring you with the same old stuff. But now, speaking of the same old stuff, we're going to get into those common scams that we usually talk about each week here. I'll show you a bunch of examples. For the newer folks that are here for the first time or will be joining for the first time. By the way, if you're here, click like, click the heart, subscribe to our YouTube channel, participate in the chat, say what's up, tell us where you're from, share your experience with us. Have you ever been scammed? Do you know someone that's been scammed? What scams have you been getting targeted with? You know, what red flags have you used to identify these scams and avoid becoming a victim? All right, so let's talk about some common scams. We got to talk about this road toll scam every week because it keeps on changing. It keeps on changing. It keeps on picking up. There's definitely multiple groups behind this scam. But we did this these fake road toll scams. Scamware 101 was ahead of the curve on this one. We posted a video about this. We created a video about this one like two or 3 months ago here on our YouTube channel. Two months ago. Yeah, so 2 months ago we created this video about this unpaid toll scam. That's impersonating SunPass, Peach Pass, Quick Pass, Good to Go, Easy Pass, NTTA, that's North Texas Tolls or North Texas Transportation Association, something like that. But Drive Easy Maryland, Fast Track. So this scam's been out for a while. We released the video about 2 months ago. But it's evolved since then. There's been newer versions of the text message still coming in. But the rule still applies, though. You get these text messages as a scam. So let's take a look at some of these examples. And you can always share the video we made with loved ones and friends, too, just to give them a heads up and let them know. So I have an example of the scam, but then I have an example of a real text message that may be received from these services. So first let me show you a bunch of examples. This is the original version of the scam that's been going around. If you can see on my screen, I made it zoomed in, made it a little bigger. Right. But these are 9 different versions of this scam. Right, we got the California Toll Services. Our records indicate your vehicle has unpaid toll invoice. North Carolina Toll Services. Illinois Tollway. Right, this is what we mentioned earlier in the headlines. Right, they were warning us about the Illinois Tollway. They're just warning us now. I had this video done this warning 2 months ago. It's been on the radar. So Ohio Toll Services, Virginia Toll Services. Your recent trip through the New Jersey toll point has incurred an extra $4 and $15 charge. Pennsylvania Turnpike Toll Services, New York Toll Services, and Florida SunPass, right? So they've been impersonating a lot of different toll services all throughout the country here. And this initial version of this scam, which is still going around, follows the same patterns, right? It says the state, it says the toll services. The toll due that they claim, the fake toll due, is only a couple dollars. Because the idea is they don't want you to dispute it. They don't want you calling up. They want you to say, oh, well, I'll just go pay the $6 real quick, right? So that's why the toll is so low. And then all these examples, they include a threat of additional fees if you don't pay. And the fee is 10 times more than what the toll they're saying is due. So it goes back into that whole, they're trying to force urgency. They're trying to scare you, right? They want people to get these text messages, like, oh man, I'll go pay the $6 now. I don't want to get charged $64, right? This New York one says you're going to get charged $150. Go pay the $5 now. Otherwise, you're going to get $150 charge. Yeah, definitely, Nat. I'm going to make a note about that. We actually linked to one of the places that you can report to, but I'm going to make a different section because there are different places you could report to scams to. Let's see here. Like IC3, we have a link here to IC3, but I have that under resources. So yeah, I'll create a section that says like reporting a scam. I'll link some of them under there. Good idea. And then you'll notice all these text messages, these unpaid toll scam text messages, they'll have a website listed there, but it's not the real website. They'll try to make it sound realistic. They'll put like ncquickpassinvoice.com or Bay Area Fast Track Toll Services.com, right? So all these messages have these links that they were designed to sound legit, but they're not. They're not the legit website. They were created by scammers. All right. And this is the original version of this scam, and it's still going around. But let's take a look at some of the newer text message versions of this scam. There were some articles that said like a Chinese group started getting involved in this scam, and that's when it changed. Other articles said a Russian group. I don't know, but there's definitely multiple groups behind this. So here's an example of some newer versions of this scam. So here's a fast track one. This was actually in one of the headlines that were before. So there was the original version, right, which I just showed you, but then it kind of evolved into this Easy Drive MA version, right? So everybody started getting these text messages impersonating Easy Drive MA. And you can see that the message is a little bit different. It doesn't say how much the fine is, but it does say to avoid a fine and keep your license, you could pay at, and then it links to a fake website, designed to steal your information. But this was the Easy Drive MA version. And a couple weeks ago, that was popping up in the headlines like crazy. And people outside of Massachusetts are getting these texts. I had somebody from Jersey report this one to me, and they're like, didn't drive to Massachusetts or anything. So just everybody's getting sprayed with these Easy Drive MA texts. And you can see there's this new text at the bottom of it where it says, please reply yes, then exit the text message and open it again to activate your link. The reason why it says that, and we briefly talked about this earlier. So when this text message comes into your iPhone, the link isn't active. You can't click on it, right? You have to actually like copy it and go to it if you wanted to. Don't, because it's a scam. But if you reply yes, it serves two purposes. One, it's going to activate the link, right? So now the link's going to be activated. You can click on it, which you don't want to do. Also, it's going to tell the scammer that your phone number is active. And then they can target you with more scams. And they'll send them from different phone numbers too. So you can block this phone number. It's not going to matter. They're going to send it to you from another phone number, right? So you never want to reply to these. In fact, if you see this text at the bottom where it says like, please reply yes and exit the text message, a lot of scam texts are using this now. So if you see that, that's actually a red flag that it's a scam text message. So this was kind of the newer version that started happening. It's Easy Drive MA, unpaid toll. The old ones are still going around, but and what's funny about this one, it says pay your fast track, but then it says Easy Drive MA, two different services. So that's one version, newer version of this scam. Then we have a SunPass version of this scam. And you see this is a newer version because it's got the please reply yes at the bottom, right? But this one says please pay your toll in Florida. It's got a date by January 22nd. It's trying to get you to pay it urgently. In order to avoid excessive late fees and potential legal action, please pay the tolls in time. And then it links to a fake website. They put sunpass.com in the website's name, but it's actually not .com. It's sunpass.com-1917.sbs, right? So they use these little tricks to make it look, like, oh, this is sunpass.com, but it's not. It's actually a completely different domain name. Yeah, a couple more examples here. There's another example of the Easy Drive MA one. This one actually says the amount, $6.99 it says, and then it links to the fake website. Has that text at the bottom again. So there's so many different versions of this one scam going around right now, which tells me that it's profitable. The scammers are making money off it. People are falling for it. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many different versions of this scam happening. I think we already looked at that one. Another Easy Drive MA. I think those are all the... Yeah. All right, and I got one more example of this one. Now, unfortunately, I can't just say that these toll services will never send you a text. Because unfortunately, some of them actually do send you a text. But they're not to say you have an unpaid toll, right? So on my screen, you could see a version of a fake text. And this is actually the newest version. It's the Illinois Tollway version that we just we saw the warning about earlier. So you have the fake version on the left, right? The fake versions are coming from a real phone number, whereas the real versions over to the right is coming from a short code number. So make it big enough. Hopefully it's big enough for you guys to see. And the fake text messages say you have a unpaid toll, right? But the real messages that you might receive from these toll services, they're actually, the real messages say that your balance is running low, right? And then they tell you to go reload your balance. So unfortunately, they do send out these text messages saying you have a balance that's running low and you do need to recharge. Not to be confused with these fake text messages that say you have an unpaid toll due. The unpaid toll, if they say you have an unpaid toll, it's a fake message, especially if it's coming from a real phone number instead of a short code phone number. I'm going to make this prediction now, and in a couple weeks, we'll be able to come back and look at the live stream and confirm I made this prediction, but we will see versions of this text message evolve and probably look like the real ones, meaning that scammers will probably start sending a new version out of this saying your balance is low, and to click here to, they'll copy the text from the real text message and probably start doing that next. So I would bet money on that. So don't trust any of these messages, right? So if you get a text message, even if it says your balance is low, we're gonna get ahead of this right now. If you get a text message that says your balance is low, right? Even if it's a real text message, decide right now in your head that you're not going to click that link, right? If you get a text message that says your balance is low, what you'll do is you could go to the real website, go directly to the real website, right? And check that way. Don't click on the link that's in the text message. But anyway, so you can see there's lots of different versions of this unpaid toll scam going around. And it seems like every week there's a new variation of it. So be on the lookout for it. Warn your friends. Typically, this one picks up during the holidays because of holiday travel, and then it would slow down. But this one hasn't slowed down. This one's just been becoming even more popular and spreading even more. So be on the lookout for this one. So that's the fake. Let me show you one other thing. Right, if you did click on that link, I'll use the Good to Go as an example. Good to Go is in Washington. That's their toll service. So here's an example of a website it would bring you to. So that fake text message says, you have an unpaid toll, good to go in Washington. Click here to pay your toll. It'll bring you to a website that it'll look like the real website. It has the same colors, the same logo. It'll look legit, right? But it's a fake website. You click payment, and then it's going to ask you your card number, expiration date, and all that. And the scammer steals it. Something interesting, and I'm not ashamed to admit that I only learned this a little while ago. Something interesting about these sites is a lot of them are live. And what I mean by when I say live is that when you're entering the data in real time, Like if you're entering your credit card number, it's getting logged in real time in the background. So even if you don't click continue, the scammer still has whatever you put in here on a lot of these sites. So you could get to this site, you could put in your credit card number, your expiration date, your CVV, and then you could realize, oh, wait a minute, I'm not going to click continue. This is a scam. But anything you already typed in here has already been logged and provided to the scammer. You don't have to click continue. So that's just something to keep in mind as well. So that's an example of one of these fake websites that the unpaid toll scams will bring you to. Yeah, I'm pretty sure whatever link that was is a dead link now. It's not active anymore. Luckily, a lot of the examples I use, the links they've been dead for a while. So I always report them. And anybody just joining us, click like, click the heart, say hi in chat, subscribe to our YouTube channel, help spread awareness. All right, so our next example here, the bank impersonation scams. So, the examples I'm about to show you now, these were actually provided by a friend of mine, and we discovered some information, confirmed some information about how this scam works. We even talked to the bank to confirm a few things. But the bank impersonation scam. So, let's bring up the examples here for you. Okay, so I warned you a bunch of times. I'm going to keep on saying it. You can't trust the caller ID. And people are falling for this bank impersonation scam because of the caller ID a lot of times. And the story I'm about ready to share to you, this happened to my friend, and she reached out to me. We confirmed a few details, right? But basically what happened is she got a phone call. Before she got this text message, she got a phone call. The caller ID showed the phone number of TD Bank, right? So the scammers are calling, and they are showing, they're spoofing the phone number to show the bank's phone number, right? So she gets this call. She doesn't answer it, though. But she did confirm the number shown was the bank's phone number, but it was a scammer, right? So she didn't answer. Immediately after not answering, she got this text message. And the text message is a scam text message. You know, it's one of those text messages that it makes it sound like there's been activity on your account. Did you attempt this transaction? Reply yes or no. A lot of you have probably received these texts before. Sometimes when you're traveling, you go to use your credit card and you'll get a text message, you know, saying, did you make that transaction or not? It's a good security feature. But anyway, the scammers now are sending text messages that look similar to that. So the scammer calls her phone, shows the bank's phone number. She doesn't answer. She immediately receives a text message afterwards. And this is the text message, screenshot of the text message here. Right, and it says, verified TD Bank card activity. Did you attempt a transaction for $250 at Walgreens? Reply yes if recognized, or no if not, or stop to stop messages. Right. Well, she knew it was a scam, but we wanted to reach out to the bank and just confirm the details. How could we tell it was a scam? All right. Well, the bank actually gave us some useful information about how to tell that these text messages aren't legitimately from the bank. So first of all, the text message came from a real phone number. If this had been from the bank, it would have been one of those short 5-digit numbers. It wouldn't have been a real phone number. It would have had a short 5-digit number if it was from the bank, right? So that was indicator number one, that this is a fake text message, right? Indicator number two was if this had been a real notification from TD Bank, it would have had some mention of what account they're referencing. It would have put like the last 4 digits of the account or some kind of indicator letting you know what account they were talking about. So if it doesn't have that, that's also an indicator that it's a scam. Just because it has an account number doesn't mean you can trust it. But if it's missing the account number, you know for sure that's definitely a scam text. Keep in mind, a lot of these scammers, they already know like the last 4 digits of your bank information. So they will work that into their scams. But those were two indicators that this wasn't from the bank. It was the full phone number at the top instead of a short code, and there was nothing indicating the account that they were referencing. And then there's a little bit of capitalization, like see how the N and not is capitalized, like the capitalization is a transaction, the capitalization is off. So that's a little bit of an indicator too. We're going to be seeing that less and less as AI gets more involved, but that's an indicator as well. So, but key points to remember here, right? The scammers call, they're showing the bank's phone number on the caller ID. Then they're sending out a text immediately afterwards. What would have happened if she had replied to this text? It probably would have went two ways, right? She would have replied to this text, no, because that's the idea. You didn't make this transaction, so you're going to reply no, right? And then what would have happened is she would have got a text back trying to confirm personal information. It would have said something like, your account's been locked, please confirm the following information. And it'd start asking all personal information. Probably username, password, social security, and other stuff like that, right? At the very least, replying no would indicate that your phone number is active and to keep on sending you scam texts, right? But they wouldn't stop there. But at the very least, even just replying to this would have said, hey, this is an active number, keep on sending me more scams. This scam is extremely popular right now. People are falling for it like crazy because the phone number, the caller ID. So here's an article about this scam. I feel so stupid. This young Connecticut woman had her bank account drained by scammers after answering trusted Wells Fargo number. How to spot and avoid similar scams. So here's a victim that fell for it. And in her case, it was Wells Fargo. The example I just showed you was TD Bank. In her case, it was Wells Fargo, right? So these scammers are impersonating all different banks. So let's see. When Charlotte picked up her phone after getting a call from her bank, the Connecticut woman had no idea that fateful choice would wind up with her crying in the parking lot of her Wells Fargo branch. Unfortunately, like millions of Americans, Stens was targeted by scammers who wanted access to her account, and they succeeded. I did everything that they said to do, and they literally drained my bank account, she explained. A familiar phone number leads to disaster. Sten's trouble began when she saw a familiar phone number on her caller ID, right? There's this false sense of security. And it's finally getting attention. In a lot of warnings, they weren't warning people about the caller ID thing. But now it's finally getting attention and a lot of warnings. The sheriff's office, when the sheriff's office releases these warnings, they're now saying, hey, the caller ID might show our number. That doesn't mean you could trust it. When the bank's warnings now, it's, hey, it might show our number. It doesn't mean you could trust it. All right. I got a call from a Wells Fargo number saying that I had fraudulent activity on my account and that a random person was being sent money from Zelle. They told me to go onto my account and that I needed to secure my Zelle on my end by sending money that would go back to my account right away. Right? So, red flag right there, Zelle. Right? Zelle is a U.S.-based digital payments network, which is run by a private financial company, yada, yada, yada. She took their warning seriously and complied, making multiple transfers via Zelle. They told her she was sending different amounts to fraud departments, so the transactions would all be reversed. Again, that's their narrative, right? And that same narrative gets used in all different versions of these scams, right? They reach out to the victim. They say, your identity has been stolen. Your bank account's been compromised. Someone's in there. We need to move your money to protect it. And that's how they get the victim to transfer the money. They make them feel like their money's not safe. They think they're talking to the bank, and they follow the instructions. But they're actually transferring their money to a scammer. And because they were tricked into transferring the money, like we discussed earlier, the bank's not going to refund them. The bank's not going to cover that. You were tricked into transferring the money. That's not covered. All right. The person she was speaking to on the phone was not a Wells Fargo rep, as she discovered when she went into the bank to confirm that she'd been talking to a legitimate customer service member. When she showed up at the bank and began to cry, a bank employee helped her connect with the fraud department, which was trying to dispute the transactions. However, she had 10 days to wait before finding out if her money would come back to her. I felt like it was sketchy the whole time, but since it came from Wells Fargo number, I trusted it. And sadly, we hear that a lot in the victim stories. They see the number and they trust it. So we can't stress that enough. People need to be aware that you can't trust the caller ID. It's not a valid way to verify who you're talking to. What else does this one say? Anyone can fall victim to the scam. Stens isn't alone when it comes to falling victim to the scam. FTC reports that consumers lost a record $10 billion in 2023. Technologies used to trick Stens are one reason for that, as it's become possible for scammers to actually make it appear that they're calling from a legitimate number. Digital tools are making it easier than ever to target hardworking Americans. As tech makes it possible for fraudsters to find new ways to take your money, protecting yourself has become more important than ever. Here's how you can do that. So let's see what the tips are here. Don't ever give your information or respond to commands when someone calls you on the phone, right? Like we mentioned earlier, you cannot trust unsolicited phone calls anymore. You can't. Yet you have to hang up and you have to call the number directly and verify, right? Because these scammers, they'll show the phone number to caller ID. They'll have information that you wouldn't think a scammer would have about you, right? And you just cannot trust unsolicited calls. You have to hang up and reach out directly to the bank. Use two-factor authentication. That's important. Not sure if it would have helped her in this case since she was tricked into transferring the money, but that is important. You do want that enabled on your accounts. And don't click on unfamiliar links. In her case, no, that would have mattered. So, I mean, those are useful tips, but in her case, none of it would have mattered. She was tricked by the phone number and she did whatever they said. So anyway, that's an extremely popular bank scam right now. Exactly, Steve, right? If you call the number directly and make sure that you're calling the correct number, actually go up. The best way is to look at one of your bills. Look at your bill and confirm, or your bank statement or whatever, confirm you're actually calling the right number. So yeah, that bank scam is extremely popular right now. And the narrative, it always seems to be the same. The narrative is always your identity's been stolen. Somebody has access to your accounts. You need to move your money to, we're doing an investigation. We're investigating fraud. You need to move your money to protect it. Right? So that narrative is a red flag as well. Let's talk about our next common scam here. The arrest warrant and jury duty scam. We did a video about this one. It's definitely worth checking out. I mentioned it earlier. Lots of warnings about these fake arrest warrant jury duty scams. They call you up, and it's another case where they're impersonating a sheriff's office, and they'll display the sheriff's office phone number on a caller ID, right? And they'll tell you that there's a warrant either issued for your arrest already, or they'll say something like you missed jury duty, and they're going to issue a warrant for your arrest. And then they'll demand payment over the phone, and they'll threaten to send a deputy to arrest you if you don't make payment. So that's an extremely popular scam. We did a video about that one. Give you some key takeaways here from that video, actually. So arrest warrant scam, some key takeaways. Scammers can manipulate the phone number shown on caller ID. I know, by the end of the stream, you're going to be tired of hearing me say it, but scammers provide fake paperwork to convince victims an arrest warrant is real. And in the video, we included some examples of that fake paperwork. If someone urges you to make immediate payment over the phone, it's a red flag, right? And we see that on a lot of these scams. Nat, thank you again for coming by. Send me email me that example of that scam. I'll use it in the next live stream. Have a good one. If you get a phone call claiming a warrant was issued for your arrest, ask for the name of the organization that issued the warrant, hang up, and call the organization directly. Do not engage with the scammer who contacted you. All right. Again, this is an extremely popular scam right now, so watch out for this one. There were a lot of these were reported in Texas, but I mean, it's nationwide. You know, there's no reason they could just do it in Texas and not anywhere else. They're doing it everywhere. But the warnings were coming out of Texas, which was good. Maybe that's good of Texas to be on it and warn people, you know, to get ahead of it. So watch out for these fake arrest warrant scams. Warn your family, friends, and loved ones too. Undeliverable package. scams, text message scams. This one has slowed down a little bit, but I'm sure it hasn't stopped. It's always busiest during the holidays, right? Because there's so many packages being sent and received. And this undeliverable package scam, it's either a text message or an email usually. I have examples of both for you. Undeliverable package scams. All right. So there's a bunch of different variations of the text message. So here's one example. Right, you get a text message. Due to invalid address, you have a package that needs to be delivered, but it has been suspended due to incorrect delivery address. If you do not update your address for 24 hours, your package will be returned to sender. Right, and then it includes a link to a fake website, and it's going to steal your credit card information. What the website does, it asks for a small redelivery fee. It'll ask for like $2-3 fee for redelivery, but they're actually stealing your credit card details. So that's one example of a text here. Here's another example. This one's very similar. You'll notice at the bottom it has that little please reply yes, NIGS SMS text at the end of it. That's always a red flag. Yeah, that's there because it's trying to get you to activate the link. This one's similar to the last example. It's just this says 12 hours instead of 24. And something to keep in mind, even though these examples are USPS, the same scam could be used for FedEx, DHL, UPS. It's just, in this case, they were using USPS. Here's a little trick that they used. This was an example that actually was sent to me. This one targeted me, so I screenshotted it. Someone started a group chat, and they named the group chat USPS. So it gives us a different look. You receive the message, it says USPS across the top. So it might trick someone into thinking, oh, well, this looks legit. It says USPS across the top, right? But it's not. It's actually a group text message. It was renamed USPS, so it looks that way. And then there's the message saying, your package doesn't have a house number, transportation is interrupted, please update. And it's got a link to a fake website. And then two other examples of this text message. In these versions of it, they'll send over with attachments. So in the message itself, it won't have the link, but it will have an attachment. If you open that attachment, there'll be a link to the fake website in there. In this example, it's an HTML attachment. And then here's an almost identical example. In this example, it's a PDF attachment. And they'll do this because if the link's inside of the attachment, the text message might not get filtered out, right? If the link is in the text message, the system might filter it out. But if it's inside the attachment, it'll get through. You open the attachment, click on the link, and it's no good. Which, by the way, never open attachments that you weren't expecting, right? I mean, you're lucky if it just has a link to a website in that case, because these attachments, you open them, it could install malware on your device just from opening the attachment, especially an HTML attachment like in this example. Right, so that's cybersecurity 101. Do not open attachments that you weren't expecting, even if they're from somebody you trust. If you weren't expecting it, confirm that they actually sent it to you first. Especially if it looks suspicious, like with a strange name like this. It says file underscore and a bunch of numbers. Right. But anyway, so these are a whole bunch of different versions of this undeliverable package scam. And what happens is if you click that link, it's going to take you to a fake website. There's an example of one of those fake websites. And it'll look like a USPS website. It'll have the same colors, the logo, a fake tracking number. So they try to make it look legit, right? And then you enter your information and credit card details, and the scammer actually gets it then. And again, something to keep in mind, a lot of these fake websites, as you enter your information, it gets taken in real time. Right, so you don't even have to click the continue button. You enter your credit card, your shipping address, and you say, oh, wait, this is a scam. I'm not going to click continue, but it's too late. They actually already get your information. Anything you type in here, they'll get. So this is one example of the fake website that it might link you to. And here's another example of one of the fake websites it'll link you to. See, in this one, it's saying a $3 redelivery fee. So people think, okay, $3, whatever, no big deal, right? But they don't realize they're giving there's no package. You're actually just giving your credit card details to a scammer. Who's still with me? Click the heart. Say what's up in the chat. If you're just joining us, click like, subscribe. Help us spread awareness about these scams. We want you to protect yourself and your loved ones. You join our mailing list, scamaware101.com. Click join mailing list. Lots of good info we share with you. So there was a Wired article, Wired.com news article about this undeliverable package scam, and I love this article. It's a great story, right? So I'm gonna tell you the story right now. Hopefully, you guys appreciate it as much as I do. So, Wired, August 8th, they published this article. So this is all new. This is all recent scam headlines here. But this cybersecurity guy, tech guy, Grant Smith, if that is his real name, his wife fell for this undeliverable package scam. Right? She fell for the scam. She gave her credit card numbers to the scammer. Right? Well, he wasn't going to take that. He decided to strike back. Right? So what he did is he actually hacked into the operation. Right? Because he saw the URL and he was able to, based on the website, and he was able to figure out who was behind it. Right? So he hacks into their system, and he got a lot of interesting details about this undeliverable package scam. So first of all, one of the first things that he recognized when he got in there, it was a Chinese group, a Chinese scam group, right, sending out these texts, or at least in that version. This is just one group. Who knows how many other groups are doing it? But in this case, he was able to hack into these Chinese crime organization that was running this scam, and he discovered that 100,000 scam texts per day were being sent out for a scam. 100,000 texts per day were being sent. Right, so that's how active this scam was. It was a Chinese language group behind the campaign. And in total, they had 438,000 unique credit cards. So almost 500,000 credit cards were entered by victims. So that's why these groups do this. People fall for the scams, right? And when they're getting 500,000 credit cards from people falling for the scams, you could bet that they're going to keep on running the scam, right? So 500,000 credit cards were discovered. He said they were using over 1,100 different domain websites, 1,100 different websites for this scam. He said many people entered multiple cards each, because what happens is you enter a card, it says card failed, right? So then you try to enter a different card failed. And they just keep on saying card failed, you enter all your credit cards, right? So many people entered multiple credit cards. They said there was more than 50,000 email addresses logged to victims, right, including hundreds of university email addresses and 20 military or government email domains. So these scammers were getting military victims, government victims, right? They were all falling for it. They said that California was the state with the most. They had 141,000 entries, with more than 1.2 million pieces of information being entered in total, right? So 500,000 unique credit cards. And this article was written back in August. So that was before the holidays were even here. So they're probably up to 1 million by now. But it was kind of a peek behind the curtain because this guy's wife got hacked and he was like, he wasn't going to take it. So he tried to fight back and he ended up getting a bunch of information. And he was able to notify a lot of the victims. It says he worked with the police and law enforcement to notify all the victims too. So, but I think that's a great story because, the guy fights back, but he also found out a lot of information behind the scenes about what was going on with this scam and how there's a Chinese organization running it. And again, that was just one organization. Who knows how many other crime organizations were running the same scam. So that was a text message version of this scam. But there's also the email version of this scam. So let me get some of those examples up. And this one's a little different. And by the way, we did a video about the scam too. So a lot of the scams we're going over, we have videos on our YouTube channel. And we're going to continue doing more videos. So definitely subscribe if you're not subscribed yet. So in the email version of this undeliverable package scam. There are the versions where it says, you got to pay a redelivery fee, just like the text message version. But this version was unique. So in Scamaware 101, we did this as an exclusive. We were the first and only people to report on this version of this scam. And it was up all during Black Friday and the holidays. And then the websites were taken down, right? And I think that they were taken down because they're just going to run the scam again later. A lot of times these scammers, once they're done running the scam, they'll take the sites down. This way they can reuse them later when they're running them again. But we were the first and only to report on this specific version of the scam. I'm pretty proud of that. We did a write-up on our site and released a whole video about it. But in these two examples, you could see, here's an email that came in November 16th, right? So it's still recent, a couple months ago, right before Black Friday. And here's the email that impersonates FedEx. And it says, "We're sorry, your package appears to be delayed." But what's different about this version of the scam is instead of saying, click this link to update your information, what this version of the scam says is, get your compensation product, right? So this email basically says, hey, we're sorry that your delivery was delayed, but we're going to give you a compensation product up to $100 value, right? FedEx doesn't do that. A week later, same email, except it has the UPS logo on it, right? Obviously from the same scammers, November 22nd, right? And it's the same deal. Sorry, your package appears to be missing. Get your compensation product now, right? But UPS and FedEx do not offer compensation products. This is a scam. So what happens is when you click on that link to get your fake compensation product, it's going to bring you to fake websites. And here's some screenshots of the initial page it brings you to. Right, FedEx, we're sorry, your package appears to be missing. Gives you a fake tracking number, fake dates, all that. And then another button to get your compensation now. You clicked on the UPS one. Here's the UPS one. Same deal. It's got the logo, same text, same tracking numbers and details, right? And then when you click on the get your compensation now, it would actually bring you to these fake retail websites offering all these different products. I'm going to show you those screenshots in a minute. But what's interesting about this scam is it starts as an undeliverable package scam, right? You receive the emails saying you have an undeliverable package, but then it evolves into a fake retail website scam, right? So I'm going to use this to talk about the fake retail website scam that this leads into. So you click that link in the email, and now it turns into a fake retail website scam. So here's some screenshots of the fake retail website. Okay, so if you had clicked that get my compensation product, it would take you to these fake websites that were designed and put up specifically to steal your information, right? And you can see at the top it's got the Black Friday sale banner up top, because again, this was all happening during Black Friday, like week before Black Friday or two. And what's important to note here is that now we're talking about a completely different scam. We were talking about an undeliverable package scam, but now it's evolved into a fake retail website scam. So there's many ways that you get pulled into a fake retail website scam. There's emails, right? Maybe undeliverable package email, or maybe you get an email saying special offer, right? There's ads. These scammers, they'll purchase ads. They'll purchase ads on social media, Facebook and Google, for example, right? So you'll see these ads with incredible offers, and they could direct you to these fake retail websites too. And as you can see here, they're offering a pair of wireless headphones that are supposedly valued $175, right? But they're saying free, just pay for shipping. That's a red flag, right? If you're seeing an offer for a product, it's like $100, $200 value, and they're saying you get it, just pay for shipping. That's you shouldn't really do your due diligence. Most of the time it's gonna be a scam, right? So here's an example of the wireless headphones. There's the page it takes you to. You put your shipping information, all that, and they want your payment information. And they will charge you. This website will charge you. They'll charge you $8.95 that they said they would. It's all part of looking legit. So you'll see, okay, you'll see the chart. Okay, great. $8.95. I guess I'll just get my headphones in a week. But the headphones never arrive. And then the scammers, they start going crazy with your credit card, purchasing everything they want. All right. So here's the headphones page. There's one of their products they were offering. Here's a portable heater. That's another product they were offering. Coincidentally, the same exact $175 value as the other products. Just pay for shipping. All right. And you see same banner across the top. And then earbuds, wireless earbuds, which are a hot item. All right. And same deal, same banner across the top, and just pay shipping, $865 or $869. You save $175. So coincidentally, right? So see what they did here? It's a bunch of fake pages with products designed to steal your information, and they're offering you deals that are too good to be true. And that's something you need to always keep in mind. If a deal looks like it's too good to be true, it probably is, right? So you got to do your due diligence. If you see a deal like this, research it. Go look for reviews. See if other people actually made purchases through a site. Now, in this case, these sites were registered and put up specifically for this purpose, and they were brand new. There were no reviews or no anything on it, which is just as bad as having negative reviews. If there's no reviews, that's a red flag too. And you could also notice, it's probably too small on the screen, but each of these pages are actually on a different website, right? So this one is on luxuryproductportal.com. This one is technojoyhaven.com. So the scammers register all these different websites. They register them. They have a whole bunch of them queued up, right? One gets shut down. They just switch to another one. That's what they do. So that's a fake retail scam. Definitely watch out for them. One of the key takeaways, if it says just pay for shipping, be suspicious, right? Now, I'm not talking about the just pay for shipping. Like, there's been like maybe somebody's offering you a free book or something like that. Those are more likely to be okay. Those could be legit, right? But when they're offering you a $175 product, just pay $8, should be red flags. Too good to be true. And just because you're seeing like ads pop up on social media, they weren't vetted, they weren't checked. Anybody could go pay for advertising and link to anywhere they want. And that's what the scammers do. So watch out for these fake retail websites. And this actually goes back to what we were talking about during the headlines portion of this. We were talking about the Super Bowl scams to watch out for. And one of those scams is look out for these fake retail websites selling, fake merchandise or merchandise that they're not going to even send you, right? Because a lot of people are looking for deals on Super Bowl merchandise this time of year. Everybody's looking for the Eagles gear or Kansas City gear. And by the way, nobody told me who they're rooting for the Super Bowl before. Come on, who you're rooting for? Let me know in the chat. And give me a like and a heart and a thumbs up and all that good stuff. If you're just joining us, thank you for joining us. Scamware 101, we're spreading awareness about scams. Please subscribe, like our content, help spread awareness. Also, subscribe to our mailing list. You go to scamware101.com and click join mailing list. So as an example, those were a bunch of common scams still going around right now. The road toll scam, the bank impersonation scam, arrest warrant scam, undeliverable package scam, fake retail website scams. So next on the agenda here, we're going to go over some red flags, and then we'll circle back and talk about more common scams. This could be a long live stream. We're going all night. Maybe we'll get some more people on the West Coast joining us late, since pretty much just getting out of work and eating dinner and getting home. By the way, we're actually doing two streams right now. We got a vertical version running and the wide screen version running. So if you don't see anybody in the chat over in the wide screen, that's because most of us are over in the vertical. But I'm monitoring both, so feel free to say hi if you're over on the wide screen version. Give us a thumbs up, a like, Or you could join us over on the vertical screen version where we got the chat's a little bit more active in there. Either way, hit that like button and help us spread awareness. Red flags. Let me get my red flags slide up here. We did a video about this one too. So you can always reference this later, or if you find the information useful, we have a video that you could share with your loved ones as well on our YouTube channel. So here's 5 red flags, and there's many more. We're going to come out with version 2 of this with 5 more red flags. But here's some red flags that you're probably talking to a scammer. So we have red flag number 1. They direct you to a third-party chat app like Telegram or WhatsApp to continue the conversation. And we saw this mentioned in a few of the headlines, some victims that were directed to Telegram. So why do scammers do this? Well, it's easier to communicate with victims in other countries when you're using a third-party app like Telegram and WhatsApp. Right? It's not easy to send text messages back and forth when you're in another country. Use Telegram or WhatsApp as a third-party chat app. You can send files, you can send pictures, you can send videos. It's much easier to communicate with victims in other countries. You can also build up a relationship a little bit easier too. Build up trust by sending pictures and videos, things like that. Also, it offers a little bit more anonymity to the scammer to hide behind as well. And some examples of specific scams that is part of their playbook to direct you to Telegram or WhatsApp. Right, you have the romance scams. They're the fake dating profiles, especially with Valentine's Day. Right, romance scams are. We see a lot of warnings out about those this week. Fake dating profiles, they'll lure in new victims, right? But then once they start communicating with their matches, they'll direct them to WhatsApp to continue the conversation, right? And that's a scammer. They're trying to get you onto WhatsApp so they can build up trust, create a fake relationship, and steal your money. Wrong number scams. We'll talk about those in the next batch of common scams we have coming up. Those start with a text message probing for victims. And then when someone replies to the text message, they'll try to continue a conversation and direct them to WhatsApp. So it's a red flag. If somebody completely messages you out of blue, you reply, and they say something like, "Oh, you're nice. Let's keep on talking on WhatsApp." It's a scammer. All right, I'll show you some examples of those text messages shortly. Investment scams, right? They'll direct the victim to Telegram or WhatsApp group to pump up an investment or appear more legit. So on Telegram, those Telegram channels, there's tons of bots. They're not even real, right? So there'll be these fake channels that are pumping up an investment with all these bots showing interest in this investment, and they'll use that to trick someone into thinking that the investment is legitimate. So that's red flag number 1. If they're directing you to Telegram or WhatsApp, be suspicious. Red flag number 2, and we mentioned this one a lot because it's unavoidable. They request payment in gift cards, prepaid cards, cryptocurrency, or depositing cash at a Bitcoin ATM. You know, how many examples were we given earlier? How many of those headlines were we reading earlier where they were saying the victim was told to purchase gift cards or prepaid cards, you know, like the Money Pack or the Green Dot cards, you know, or cryptocurrency, or the Bitcoin ATM. Go to a Bitcoin ATM, deposit cash, right? Those are all red flags. Somebody's asking you to do that, it's a scammer. You know, no real organization is accepting gift cards as payment. No real organization is telling you to go deposit cash in a Bitcoin ATM, right? You know, maybe one day crypto will be at that point where, you know, everything's getting paid in Bitcoin or whatever, but we're not there yet, right? So those are major red flags. You know, if they're requesting gift cards, prepaid cards, cryptocurrency, or to use a Bitcoin ATM, it's a red flag. Why? Well, it's easier for these scammers to move the money and transfer funds quickly. And it's harder for victims to recover the money after it's sent, right? Because we mentioned earlier how the banks, they don't cover. If you transfer that money to a scammer, that's not covered by the bank. That's not insured. They're not going to get you your money back. What does it say? It said 38% of people that fall for that, they get their money back. 38%. It's an extremely low number. So some scams where they specifically ask for payment in that way. IRS Social Security scams. Scammers impersonate government agencies and ask for payment in gift cards or cryptocurrencies. No government agencies are accepting payment in gift cards or cryptocurrency. No. Maybe cryptocurrency will be soon, but not right now. So if any of these unsolicited phone calls are coming in claiming to be the IRS or Social Security or a government agency and asking you for payment in gift cards or cryptocurrency, it's a red flag. Romance scams. Scammers will often request gift cards and cryptocurrency from their victims. The victims think that they're in a relationship. They think they're just giving them a gift, right? But nope, it's all part of the scam. Bank impersonation scams. This is one we're talking about a lot, about where they say they're investigating fraud and they need you to withdraw the money to protect it. Right? They say someone's got access to your account, someone's stolen your identity. You need to move your money before they take it. It's not safe where it is, right? And they'll ask the victim to withdraw the cash and purchase gift cards, or deposit money at Bitcoin ATM. Very common in bank impersonation scams. Huge red flag. So anytime gift cards, prepaid cards, cryptocurrency, or Bitcoin ATMs come into the conversation, it's a scam. Don't fall for it. Red flag. Red flag number 3. Oh, and we haven't talked about this one at all yet today. So, red flag number 3. They ask you to provide a code that was sent to your phone by text message. Right? That's a red flag because there's lots of scams where they'll send a code to your phone and ask you for it. For example, they're probably trying to open an account using your phone number. And that verification code is going to allow them to do that. So they're creating an account, right? Your cell phone, they're using your number. Your cell phone gets a text message with the verification code. If you provide that code back to the scammer, you allowed them to link this fraudulent account to your phone number, right? They might be trying to log into one of your accounts that's associated with your phone number, right? You go to log into an account, it sends your phone number or PIN code. If you give that PIN code to the scammer, they're going to be able to access your account, right? They might be trying to reset your password. They go to reset your password, it sends your phone a code. If you turn around and give this code to the scammer, then they're able to reset your password. And this scam is extremely common on marketplace websites. Facebook Marketplace, Craigslist, buyers and sellers. How the narrative goes is they'll say, I just want to verify your phone number. I just want to verify your identity. I'm going to send a code to your phone. What they're really doing is they're going to register your account. The code that goes to your phone is for that account. You give it back to them. You just authorize them to link it to your account. You should never provide codes sent to your phone to a stranger. There's no reason for an individual to tell you they're sending a PIN code to your phone. It's a scam. Again, we see these a lot on marketplace websites like Facebook Marketplace. Some specific scams where they'll do this. We just kind of covered this already, but I'll say it again. Account logins attempt. Providing the code allows a scammer to log into your account. Password reset requests. Providing the code will let the scammer reset your password and then essentially having access to your account. All right. And then Google Voice scams. So this is a specific type of scam where they're creating a Google Voice account, right? And they're trying to link it to your phone number. So your phone gets the code. You turn around, you provide the code to the scammer. You just authorized a Google Voice account to be associated to your phone number. And what this does is now the scammer could call people using Google Voice, and it's going to show your phone number. It's going to link back to your phone number. So scammers love to do that. They love creating Google Voice accounts linked to other people's phone numbers. And that's really one of the main scams that they're doing when they tell you, hey, I'm just going to send you a PIN number to confirm your identity. Let me know what the PIN number is. But they actually go and create a Google Voice account. It sends you a PIN. You give them the PIN number. You just authorized it. So, red flag. If somebody's asking you to provide a code sent to your phone, don't do it. It's a scam. Red flag number 4. This is a big one. We mentioned it briefly earlier, and we're going to mention it again when we talk about the tech support scams next. But red flag number 4, they ask to connect to your PC to assist or investigate an issue. Worst thing you could do is let these scammers onto your PC. And unfortunately, that's become a trend, more of a common trend over the past year or two. So why don't you want these scammers on your PC? Right. Well, once they get on your PC, they can extract your passwords. If you have passwords saved in your Chrome browser, for example, which by the way you should never do. You should never have your passwords saved in Chrome or Firefox. Use a legit password manager. We have a link to NordVPN on our website here under Tools and Resources. Use our link. Get a special offer, 56% off. Ends up being like $35 for 2 years or something like that. It's crazy. But use a password manager. But anyway, scammer gets on your computer. They could extract the passwords that are saved in Chrome and Firefox. Right? They can steal your cookies, which will let them get into your websites as if they logged in. That's how they bypass MFA. They steal your cookies, and it fools the system into thinking that they're already logged in. They'll steal your files, encrypt your files, threaten you, right? Because you let them on your PC, they have access to your pictures, your financial documents, right? Lots of sensitive information. They'll attempt to access your online banking websites. Once they're on your PC, they're going to ask you to open your bank accounts. And they'll tell you, let's review your bank accounts for fraudulent activity. Log into your bank accounts. Meanwhile, they're stealing your logins and your bank account access. So never let these scammers onto your PC. Never let like I say that like you know it's a scammer. A good rule of thumb is never let anyone on your PC that's not your IT guy, right? Everybody should have their own tech, their own IT guy, whether it's your local computer shop or the IT guy at work or a family member that's good with computers. Anybody else that wants to get on your PC, do not let them. Especially if it's just some random person on the internet or some pop-up that says you have a virus, right? Don't let them on your PC. Some specific scams where that's part of the playbook, where you try to get onto your PC. Fake virus alert, tech support scams. And we're going to talk about this one next when we talk about some more common scams. This one is huge. A lot of people are losing their life savings to this. A lot of older folks fall for this fake virus alert scam. Basically, they get a pop-up that says, you have a virus. Call this number immediately. But they call a number, they get connected to a scammer. And that's when the scammer says, I'll help you remove the virus. Let me connect your computer, right? And they think they're talking to tech support. They let the scammer on their computer, and then it's game over, right? Fake order scams. We're going to talk about this next, too. You'll get a notification saying that an order was placed on your account. It's fake. There was no order placed. But the notification will say, call this number to dispute it. If you call that number, you're going to get connected to a scammer, and the scammer's going to try to connect to your PC. And they'll do it under the guise that they're trying to help you resolve this order issue. And then you got the fake fraudulent activity narrative that we were talking about, where the scammer reaches out to you, they impersonate the bank or some other agency. They say they're investigating fraud. Someone's stolen your identity, has access to your accounts. They'll ask to connect your computer, and they'll help you review your accounts for any suspicious activity. But in reality, it's a scammer, and you just let them on your computer, get them access to everything. Right, so those are just a couple scams that specifically the goal is to get onto your PC. So do not let them. So that's red flag number 4. They ask to connect your PC to assist or investigate an issue. Then we got red flag number 5. They request to keep the matter confidential or secret. So this is common in a lot of scams, right? Scammers do not want you discussing the situation with other people. The more people you discuss your situation with, the more likely you are to be told that it's a scam. You talk to your friends about what's going on. Some are going to be, it sounds a little suspicious. Sounds like it's a scam, right? You talk to your family. I don't know if I trust it. Sounds like a scam. They don't want you talking to people. So they ask for confidentiality. And they think of reasons and stories to get you to believe you got to keep it secret, right? For example, when they're claiming there's an investigation, we're investigating identity theft, right? But they'll tell you, but don't tell anybody. You can't tell anybody about this because then you might blow the whole investigation. You might blow the whole investigation, right? If you tell people. So do not tell anybody that we're investigating this. You got to keep it between us. When you go to the bank and withdraw your money, don't tell them that why you're doing it. Just tell them you're working on a project or something, right? That's what they say. They're asking you to keep it secret or confidential because they don't want you to consult with people and have them tell you it's a scam. And some specific scams where they do this for grandparent scam. That's another one we'll talk about next. The best batch of scams we have coming up next, right after these red flags. We got some good common scams coming next. But the grandparent scam, right? They say a relative or son or daughter is arrested and they need money sent for release. What they'll do is they'll say, for example, they'll say, oh, but your son or daughter, they're embarrassed about the arrest, so they ask you not to tell anybody, right? which seems like a reasonable request, except it's a scammer, right? So that's how they're asking you to keep it secret. That's a red flag. Investment scams. They'll tell you it's an inside tip, not to share it with anybody. The price is just for you. Don't tell anybody, right? But that's all part of getting you not to get advice from anybody. They don't want you realizing it's a scam. Inheritance scam. I'm going to show you an example of an actual letter scam, actual snail mail letter. Because yes, the scammers still are hitting in snail mail too. Inheritance scams. A lot of times they'll impersonate law offices, and they'll request confidentiality in the letter, right? Because they don't want you obviously talking to people, because a lot of people realize it's a scam. And there's a fake fraudulent activity. That's the one we were just talking about, where they'll tell you, we're investigating fraud. Your identity's been stolen, but you can't tell anybody about this because you might interfere with the investigation. The people at the bank might be in on it, so you can't tell them, right? They're a part of the investigation too. So it's all these requests for confidentiality or to keep something secret. It should always be a red flag. No government agency is going to tell you not to consult someone. Like the IRS isn't going to call you up and be like, and you better not tell anybody about this. Social Security isn't going to call you up and say, you better not tell anybody about this. Right? Those are red flags. So those are 5 common red flags. Let's review them one last time on this list here. By the way, let us know in chat if you've come across these red flags. Have you recognized these red flags and saved yourself from becoming a victim, right? So the 5 red flags, right? They're directed to third-party chat app like Telegram or WhatsApp. That's an indicator you're talking to a scammer. Right? They try to direct you to Telegram or WhatsApp. Watch out, it's a red flag. They request payment in gift cards, prepaid debit cards, cryptocurrency, or depositing cash at a Bitcoin ATM. Red flag. They ask you to get gift cards. Any mention of a Bitcoin ATM, you got to stop and reanalyze what's going on. They ask you to provide a code that was sent to your phone via text message. It's going to be a scam. Very, very common on marketplace websites like Facebook and Craigslist. You never give a code that's sent to your phone to a stranger. They ask to connect your PC to assist or investigate an issue. Major red flag. That's the whole point of a tech support scam. They want to get on your PC. Right? So you should only let specific people onto your PC that you know and that you trust. You certainly shouldn't let strangers, that you just, there's a virus pop up on your computer that says call this number. You don't let them onto your PC. And we'll talk about that scam shortly. And they request to keep the matter confidential or secret. Right? Big red flag. Because they don't want you talking to people. The more people you talk to, the more likely you are to be told it's a scam. So, 5 red flags. We have a video about that on our YouTube channel. So if you know anybody that would find this information useful, I'm telling you, your parents, grandparents, the older folks, they're falling for this. All right, so definitely you go share the video that's on our YouTube channel. Help spread awareness. So that's 5 red flags that you might be talking to a scammer. Next up, we're going to go into some more common scams here. But first, if you're just joining us, thank you for joining the Scam Aware 101 live stream. Our goal here is to just spread awareness. We do this live stream every week. We release videos on our YouTube channel covering the latest scams. Hey, we want you to protect yourself and your loved ones. So it's a lot of an ounce of prevention by being aware is worth a pound of cure. I'm telling you, you take a little bit of time to be aware of these things. It's going to save you hours and hours and hours of headache and lost money if you fall for a scam. Please subscribe to our YouTube channel, like our content. There's a thumbs up, click the heart. You can also join our mailing list. You go to scamaware101.com, click join mailing list. It won't spam you too bad, I promise. Also, you can follow us on Facebook, Threads, Instagram, Blue Sky, and X. If you can't find us on there, our username is scamaware101 across all of them. But if you can't find us, we have the links. We're on scamaware101.com. We're on our homepage. We have links to each of our social media profiles. So, I appreciate a follow or a like. It would help us out, help spread awareness. Who's here? Say hi in the chat. Let me know you're still here. All right, Katie, let's see. This information helped me. Oh, awesome. Targeting me, look for red flags that were present. Cool. Yeah, I'm going to look at that email after live stream. Two red flags I saw an investment scam that targeted me were reference to third-party app. Oh, there we go. Right, the reference to the third-party app and keeping the information confidential. Yep. Excellent. I'm glad you spotted those two. Definitely two red flags. Oh, look who it is. It's John. Nice of you to join us, buddy. I'm tempted to get more coffee, but it's 9:40 p.m. by me, and I probably shouldn't do that. It's funny. I noticed after the live streams every week, I ended up putting all nighter. I couldn't fall asleep. And I thought I was just excited because I have so much fun on these live streams, talking to new people, and that's fun. So I thought maybe I wasn't falling asleep just because I was excited. But then I realized, wait a minute, I'm drinking like a gallon of coffee during these live streams, and that's probably why I couldn't fall asleep. So instead of having a coffee break, I think I'm just going to go right into the next batch of common scams. All good, John. All good. Oh, also, for those just joining us too, we just added this this store to our YouTube channel with some items. And I purposely, I made sure to pick items that would stay in front of people, right? Like, because I want to remind people to stay alert for scams. So in our store, we have mouse pads, mugs, water bottles, coffee mugs, right? Because these are things that you would typically like have on your desk, and I think it's a good way to just stay alert and remind yourself, right? You're sitting there, you get a shady email, and but then you have your coffee mug right there. It says Scam Aware 101. You're like, oh, wait, I'm not going to fall for that email, right? So I tried to pick products that would be, helpful reminders they would have in front of you. And some stickers too. You could throw stickers on anything. Prices are a little high. I think that's the vendor I picked. So I'm going to experiment and see if I can find some vendors that are cheaper. But this was just a first run. And anyway, if you want to scoop one up, they're there. All right, let's talk about some more common scams. If you're just joining us, say hi in the chat. Give us a thumbs up, a like, subscribe to our YouTube channel. Help us spread awareness. We got 2 live streams going. We got a vertical version and a widescreen version going. Most of the chat's happening in the vertical version, so if you're over at the widescreen version, feel free to switch over or chat in the widescreen. I'm monitoring that too. And without further ado, let's go into our next batch of common scams. This is actually my favorite batch here. We're going to start with a wrong number scam. Now, we did a video about this wrong number scam, and it got almost 78,000 views. So it was our first and only video that went viral. A couple other ones hit 1,000 views, but 78,000 was wild. I'd love to get a couple more of those out there. But it gives you an idea how common these wrong number scams are. And let's start off with what is a wrong number scam. So wrong number scam. Scammers send messages, and then they claim they've reached the wrong number, but the whole point is to initiate conversation, right? And then they build a relationship with the person and manipulate the victim to get their money. So basically, they just start sending out all these text messages to people, and it could say anything. A wrong number scam could literally start with any random text message that you get. The point is to get the victim to reply saying wrong number or who is this, or just to get an initial reply from the victim. It's basically phishing for new victims, right? I have a bunch of examples here to share with you. And these wrong number scams can start off with something as simple as a text message that says, "Excuse me, is this Emma?" Or, "Hey Anna, I'm Josie." Or, "Hi." You just get a message that says hi from a number you don't recognize, right? The whole point is to get you to reply and be like, who is this? Or no, this isn't Josie, you got the wrong number. Or no, this isn't Emma, wrong number, right? Once you reply, the scammer knows that you have an active phone number, and they know that you're reading the text messages, and they'll target you with more scams in the future. But what they'll do is once you reply, they'll try to keep the conversation going. So here's some examples. Actually, here's one more example, right? Sometimes they'll send a little picture with it to get your attention. My buddy Joe got this one. He sent me this example, right? Completely random. Or, hey, Joe, how's your day going? Are you busy? And then some random picture. So the idea is you want to reply like, who is this? Do I know you? You don't want to reply. The scammer wants you to reply. That's the whole point. And here's a couple examples of where the conversation will go if you reply. So this one you can see it starts off with a random text message that says, have a cup of coffee together sometime? And then naturally the person replies, who is this? And the person replies some story. My friend Laura, I'm Zoe, I can't have forgotten, yada yada. They give you some story as to why, oh, I have the wrong phone number. The victim replies back, wrong number, right? And then there was like, oh, sorry, I dialed the wrong number, area code. I hope I'm not bothering you. Okay. But first of all, you never even want to reply to these, right? But one of the major red flags is that they try to continue the conversation after it's acknowledged to be a wrong number. That's a major red flag. There's no reason, once you acknowledge it's a wrong number and they acknowledge it's a wrong number, there's no reason to continue the conversation. But the scammer will try to continue the conversation because now they want to learn about you. They want to find out information about you, right? So you'll reply back, no problem, have a great day, but then they try to continue the conversation. Like in this case, they say, thank you for your kindness. I just realized I entered the wrong area code. Where are you from? Because that's what they're going to ask. They're going to ask, where are you from? They're going to ask how old you are, and they're going to ask your name. All right, so this is one version of where that conversation starts to go. Here's another version. Starts off with just random text. I'm Margaret. Are you Lillian? Person replies back, I'm Izzy. I'm really sorry. I think I made a mistake between your number and Lillian's number when saving the number. I hope I didn't disturb your good day, right? They start giving you a story. Like, oops, I got a wrong number. My bad, right? You reply back, that's okay. And you figure that's going to be the end of it, but it's not. They try to continue the conversation. Thank you for understanding and patience. You're a kind person. I hope you have a good day today. I'm 36 years old. Would you mind telling me your age, right? So the last example asked where they're from. This example asks what their age is, right? And then this next example, this is one that happened to me and a friend, and we purposely replied back just to use it as an example on our live streaming videos. So you get a random message, hi, right? We're talking about how you just be targeted with a simple message that says hi, right? And it's sneaky, right? Because people want to have this good nature just to reply back. They want to let somebody know that they got a wrong phone number, right? You want to be kind and just you got the wrong phone number, right? But that's what the scammers rely on. They want you to reply back, right? That's the whole point of this. So they just send you a random text message, hi. You reply back, hi, who's this? Right. Person says, I'm Karina. Are you David? They go through it. They start with the fake story, right? We met last week at Linda's party. You picked this number for me, right? And you reply back, say, hi, sorry, you had the wrong number. Again, this is us. This was actually a text message that came to us and we were replying back. And then, oh my gosh, I checked and found out I entered the wrong area code. A lot of times they'll say they entered the wrong area code. Right. I hope this doesn't bother you. We reply back, that's okay, no problem. Right. If this had been a real wrong number, the conversation should stop at that point. But it continues. Right. They reply back, thank you very much. You are a very friendly and polite person. I hope we could be friends. Nice to meet you. My name is Karina. What can I call you? So now you're asking my name. Right. So we have an example where we're asking where you're from. We have an example where we're asking your age. Have an example where we're asking your name. When they ask your name, they're trying to determine what sex you are too, which usually they can tell from the name. Right. So that's why we replied Pat. We figured it could, it's a unisex name. It could be either one. So we figured we'd mess with them a little bit. And they replied back, you have a beautiful name. I am from Malaysia and currently living in Los Angeles. Where do you live? Right? So they asked my name. They asked where I live. And at this point, we cut off the conversation. We got a good enough example of where the conversation, goes. At this point, you should be well aware that it's a wrong number scam. Honestly, you shouldn't even reply back. Like, you get a random text message that says hi, ignore it, block it, junk it, don't reply back. And don't feel bad about it. Look, they'll figure out they got a wrong. If it's actually someone with the wrong number, they'll figure out they got a wrong number. You don't need to reply back. It's not worth it. 99% of the times it could be a scammer. It's not worth the 1% of the times where it's not. Right? So yeah, one more example for you. This one was also sent to me. This one comes in. Hi, Byron, I'm Jane. And they'll include pictures of an attractive female, right? Because they want to incentivize a response, right? Some guys might get this text message and think, oh, it's my lucky day, right before Valentine's Day, and I get a text message like this. Perfect, right? But it's a scam, right? Hi, Byron, I'm Jane. And you'll notice, I ignore it. I don't reply back. The text message came in at 1:58 p.m., right? I didn't reply back. I ignore it. 4 hours later, 4 hours on the dot, 1:58 p.m. and then 5:58 p.m. Like 4 hours on a dot. Have you gotten the pictures I sent? Right. So this is probably an automated bot. This isn't even like a person sending these texts. This is an automated bot. It sends out one text message. 4 hours later, it sends out another text message. This is what AI is enabling these scammers to do. All right. So when we did our video on this, the comments were great. We got so many comments on that video, and a lot of comments actually said I got the same exact text message with the same exact picture of the girl, and so apparently Jane's been cheating on me apparently. So, but anyway, so that's the point of a wrong number scam, right? They want you to reply back, and it's for multiple reasons. Even at the very least, even if you reply back and then end the conversation there, right? They're going to try to keep on going it longer and longer. Eventually, they're going to try to get money from you. They're going to ask you to switch over to WhatsApp, right? They're going to send you pictures and videos and try to build up a relationship for you. Usually, these are pig butchering scams, right? They're going to try to build up the trust, and eventually, they're going to try to get money from you. So watch out for these wrong number scams. And a wrong number scam is a way to initiate the scam. Once it's actually initiated, right? Once you reply, they know your number's active. They know they can target you with other scams, right? And they will. They'll target you with other scams. So wrong number scams are just a way to kick off a scam and then it evolves into some other scam. Usually a romance scam or pig butchering scam. So anyway, we got that video on our YouTube channel. It's got almost 78,000 views. So go check it out. Give it a like. It's a good video. That's funny, John. Drive or fall for that one. A cup of coffee, sure. All right, so our next one, tech support scams. This one is a big one. This one you need to be aware of. Your older relatives, they need to be aware of this. The older folks fall for this one the most. It targets people of all ages, but the victims tend to be older folks. You need to make them aware of this tech support scam we're about to talk about. And we did a video about this as well. So subscribe to our YouTube channel. Share the videos with your loved ones. But these tech support scams, and I get my examples up and I'll explain how this one works. By the way, give us a like, a heart, a thumbs up. If you're just joining us, say hi in the chat. All right, tech support scams. Fraudsters impersonate tech support representatives, claiming there's a virus or problem with the victim's device. They request access to the victim's PC to steal personal information and financial data. So basically what happens, you're browsing the internet, minding your own business, and then all of a sudden you get a pop-up like this. Warning, 5 viruses detected. Our latest scan has detected 5 viruses. May steal your personal info. Big, scary red letters, all capitals. And then it lists a bunch of threats. Your system crashing, file deletion, theft of personal data, Wi-Fi loss, infections on your other devices, right? Scary stuff. right? And it says call us immediately at this number, and it has the 800 number. Well, the victim calls the 800 number. They think they're calling tech support, but they're actually calling a scammer. And once they're on the phone with a scammer, the first thing they're going to do is they're going to ask to access their computer. And once you let the scammer on, it's game over. Like we just talked about a few minutes ago. They're going to extract your passwords. They're going to steal your cookies. They're going to try to get in your online banking. They're going to steal your files and your pictures, right? And that's what a tech support scam is. These fake virus pop-ups that have a number to call that actually calls a scammer. And it's clever because the victim will let their guard down because they're the one making the call, right? It's not an incoming call, which usually you'll have your guard up for. The victim will actually make the call. They'll call this 800 number thinking that it's tech support, and they'll let their guard down. And by the time they realize, wait a minute, that's not tech support, it's too late. Right? So we have a lot of examples of this to share with you. First, here are some generic examples of these pop-ups. And the way you identify these is a real virus alert will never have a phone number on it to call. Right? These real, if you get a real pop-up, it's not going to have a phone number to call. So if you see a phone number to call, you know it's a scam. Here's another generic example. I'll show you more realistic examples in a minute. I'm just starting off with the generic ones, and I'll show you some of the more convincing ones here. But warning, check your computer now. Big red letters, scary letters, right? Data exposed to risk. Your credit card details, your email passwords, your Facebook, your private photos. Oh my God, I better call this number. All right, and then the victim calls the phone number, and they're actually connected to a scammer. There's another example of one of these fake generic pop-ups. And you notice that they all follow like the similar big red letters, all capitals, warning, scary language, your computer might be infected, rootkit, malicious viruses. To remove viruses, call tech support now, and then it has the phone number. Call it, you get connected to a scammer. And in this one, you can see it's actually just a website pop-up. You see up top in the URL, it's just a website pop-up. But, if you're not computer savvy, right, you could easily get scared and call this number. And that's the whole point. They want to scare you. They want to force urgency, right? They want to give you time to think. So those are some generic examples. But here are some more convincing examples of this one. And by the way, this type of scam, it doesn't matter if you're on a desktop computer. It doesn't matter if you're on your iPhone. It doesn't matter if you're on an Apple or a Windows PC. These pop-ups can pop up on any of those. And they'll even detect what device you're using, and the pop-up will be tailored for that device. Like it will detect that you're on a Mac, and it'll pop up a warning about your Mac being infected. It'll detect that you're on Windows, and it'll pop up a warning about Windows being infected. It'll detect that you're on your iPhone, and it'll pop up a warning about your iPhone being infected. Right? That's how this works. Because the whole point is just to trick you into calling a phone number. And it doesn't matter what device you're on. They can make these pop-ups pop up on a device, and it's not like you're protected because you're on a Mac or you're using your phone. So here's some more convincing examples. Here's one that looks like McAfee. McAfee antivirus. Has their logo, has their color theme, big scary text. Your PC is infected with viruses. Call McAfee helpline, and then it has a fake phone number. You call that number, it's not McAfee helpline, it's a scammer. He'll pretend to be McAfee support, but it's a scammer. And this example too, you can see the address bar up top, so you can tell it's a website pop-up. But again, the real giveaway is that there's even a phone number there. Real virus alerts and real virus pop-ups will not have a phone number to call. That's the indicator that it's fake. Here's another example. Impersonates Norton Symantec, right? Big red letters, threats detected, call support. Bunch of scary language. System critically infected. What's kind of funny about this pop-up is it says, if you are not able to click on this button, immediately contact support line, right? Well, the buttons were designed not to work. You click them, nothing's going to happen. So the only option is that they want anything is to call that number, which will connect you to a scammer, because a real pop-up from Norton would not, a real virus alert from Norton wouldn't have a phone number to call. But it follows the same playbook, right? System hard drive may fail. Do not close the page. Scary, scary stuff. There's another example. Windows Defender. It's got the Microsoft logo, same colors that Windows Defender uses. The scary language, security warning. The following data has been compromised. Email credentials, banking passwords, Facebook login. All right. Access to this PC has been blocked for security reasons. Then it includes that fake number. It's not really Microsoft support, but if you call up, they're going to impersonate it. But it's really going to be a scammer. They're going to try to get onto your PC. And here's another example of a different version that also impersonates Windows Defender. Access to this PC has been blocked for security reasons. It's got the Microsoft logo there. Very convincing. It looks like a real alert from Windows Defender. But if you call that number, you get a scammer. If you think this notification is by error, report immediately to Windows Support to halt auto deletion of files and applications from this computer. As this computer ID is flagged and connected over internet servers, files and app deletions may start any moment. So here it is telling you that your files and apps are going to be deleted at any moment if you don't call this number. Right, so Deb recommends shutting down your computer for 2 minutes, and that's a great recommendation. But you don't even have to. You could just close these out, and that should be it. They shouldn't keep on popping up, because usually this is just a pop-up from a website. And these could happen on any website. You could be on a legit website, but these scammers, they'll purchase ads, and the ads will actually inject these pop-ups into the legit website. So you'll be on like a legit website, and you can still get these fake virus pop-ups. So those are some Windows examples of these. But like I was saying, you could be on a Mac, and it makes no difference. So I have a few Mac examples as well here. Right, so here's one that impersonates Safari. Right, they got the Safari logo there, big red letters, virus found. Your Mac computer has 13 infections. Please call tech support as soon as possible. And there's a list of scary data at risk, credit card details, email, Facebook, your photos. Your webcam could be accessed remotely. Right? But luckily, technicians are standing by to provide you a free diagnosis. Right? But if you call that number, it's not a technician, it's a scammer. And first thing you got to do is ask to get onto your computer. It's another example, right? This one impersonates Apple Care. It's got the Apple logo, same theme, same colors. But there's a scary pop-up. macOS is infected with viruses. They call Apple support, but that's not Apple support's number. It's going to call scammers. Because it's important to realize these scammers, they are sitting in call centers waiting for your calls. Right? There's literally call centers full of scammers with a script waiting for you to call. And here's one more example, similar to the last one. Got the Mac logo. Mac OS is infected with spyware and other malicious applications, right? And that says call the Apple helpline. So you're going to call, they're going to impersonate the Apple support. They'll pretend to be Apple support, but you're actually talking to a scammer. And that's what a tech support scam is. And again, the indicator is a real virus alert pop-up isn't going to have a phone number to call. If you see a phone number to call that says you have a virus, it's a scam. It's a tech support scam. Now, again, a lot of older folks fall for this one, so if you have older loved ones that aren't that great on computers, make sure they're aware of this. In fact, what I always recommend is that everybody should have their computer guy, right? Even if this was a real alert that they had a virus, instead of calling that number, they should call their computer guy. That's who they call, right? They shouldn't be calling random phone numbers that are popping up on their screen. You only call the people that you trust and know that already work on your computer, whether it's a family member that helps you with your computer, maybe somebody you work with is your tech support person, maybe it's the local computer shop, right? But everybody should have that, that computer guy. So they wouldn't even consider calling these random numbers that pop up, right? And that's the discussion you should probably have with your loved ones. You know, if you get a pop-up like this, who are you going to call? Don't call the number that just popped up on the screen because it's fake. It's going to be a scammer. Never let anybody on your computer except, you know, the local repair shop or, you know, the family members helps you with computers. And again, a lot of people are fall victim to this one. We did a really good video on this one and actually shared a victim's story and what happened to them when they called the phone number. So we have that video on our YouTube channel. So again, you want to warn your loved ones about it, we've got a nice video you can share with my YouTube channel. So that's tech support scam. If you're just joining us, say hi in the chat, click like, subscribe to our YouTube channel, help us spread awareness. We do this live stream every week. Join our mailing list. You go to scamaware101.com and click join mailing list. You can also follow us on Facebook, Threads, Instagram, Blue Sky, X. All right, our next scam here, fake order scam. So these fake order scams, they're attacking us from all directions, right? We're being targeted in text message. We're being targeted in emails. We're being targeted over the phone. And I have examples of all of them for you. So let me get my examples up here. So first, let's start with what is a fake order scam. Victims receive a fake notification that an order was made under their account. When the victim calls to dispute the fake order, they are connected to a scammer who attempts to steal their personal and financial information. This scam is extremely popular right now. Extremely popular. Lots of people are falling victims to it. We actually saw it mentioned in the headlines earlier. So here's an example of the text message that's extremely common and going out. And this one's been reported to me by multiple different people, so it's active right now. And what this text message says is it says that a purchase was made using your iCloud ID at an Apple store for $143. Right? And it says that if it's not you, call this number to reverse the charge. Right. And notice how they actually include a real link to like apple.com just to make it appear more legit. But the goal is to call, they want you to call this number, right? There was no order placed. You know, nobody used their cloud ID to place an order. This is it's a fake order notification. That's why the scam's called a fake order notification, right? If you call this number, you're going to be connected to a scammer, right? So it's similar to the tech support scam where you let your guard down because you're calling the number. They're not calling you, you're calling them, right? And that's why this scam is so successful. So you get this text message. It says you made a purchase. Call this number to dispute it. You call the number. It's a scammer. They're going to pretend to be customer support. And then they could either try to get on your computer. They could try to have you install something. They could ask you for personal information. The scam could go anywhere from that point. But the point of the whole fake order is to get you to call this number, right? Because who's going to, you get a notification that a purchase was made you didn't make. Obviously you're going to want to dispute it. So if it doesn't cross your mind it's a scam, you're going to call that number. And then you're talking to a scammer. And your guard is going to be down because you're calling that number. But like I said before, this is actually targeting people over text message, email, and phone, right? So this is a text message example of this scam. But I have two phone recordings of this scam, which I'm going to play for you right now. In the first one, it impersonates Amazon and says you purchased a MacBook for $1,400. Right. So let's listen to that record.
This call is to authorize the payment of $1,499 for the recent order of Apple MacBook Pro on your Amazon account. If you do not authorize this payment, please press 1 to speak to our customer support representative.
So that's the first recording of this. And the idea is, you answer the phone, it says press 1. If you press 1, you're going to be connected to a scammer. The fake order was they said you purchased a MacBook Pro for $1,400 on your Amazon account, right? So a lot of people, oh no, I didn't, $1,400. No, I got to dispute that. They press 1, they're connected to a scammer. But there's so many versions of these phone calls going out right now. Here's another version. This one impersonates Walmart, and it says that you ordered a PlayStation. See, the vendor could be anybody, the product could be anybody. So there's all different variations of these scam phone calls going out. The product could be anything, the vendor could be anything. The whole point is they want you to dispute the order, which connects you to a scammer. There never was an order. So let's listen to the second example of a phone call that's been going out. And by the way, these all have been in the past month or so. So these are all recent. All the scam examples I'm sharing and giving you, they're all recent examples and currently active.
We are trying to contact you concerning an unverified purchase of PlayStation 5 Special Edition bundled with Pulse 3D headset being ordered from your Walmart account for an amount of $859.50. If you did not authorize this transaction or wish to cancel, please press 1 or return our call on same number at your earliest convenience.
So there was that red flag there where they're saying same number, right? They don't leave a real number. They say call the number that's on your call ID or call the same number, right? So that's always a red flag. But in this case, they're saying you purchased a PlayStation from Walmart. Sounds like they're saying Walmart. It's kind of funny, but the idea is they want you to press 1 and you'll be connected to a scammer. Right, and this scammer is going to try to get personal information from you, or to go try to connect to your computer. So, but the idea of these fake order scams is to get you to call and talk to a scammer. So we saw a text message version of the scam. We heard 2 phone calls versions of this scam. But what about email? So here's an article from August, a few months ago, and it's about a victim who fell for this. A 23-year-old Lincoln woman. She lost $4,100 after falling victim to an identity fraud scam. And basically, the scam began on July 17th with an email claiming she had purchased an iPhone. The woman called the number provided in the email to dispute the purchase and was told she had multiple open accounts in her name across various states. She was informed someone was using her identity. Right? So that was the fake order notification. She got an email saying she purchased an iPhone, right? So that's the fake order. It gave her a number to call. She called the number. She didn't realize she was talking to a scammer, right? So that's the first part of the scam. Then, so the fake order part did its job. It got her to call the number. Then once she called the number, the scam switched over to the fraudulent activity scam, where they tell you there's fraudulent activity on your account. Someone's got your identity. They're making purchases under your name, right? Your money isn't safe in your bank account. You need to withdraw it, right? So it's that same narrative. That narrative always seems to pop up. It's very common. I believe they call it the phantom hacker narrative. They tell you like a hacker got into your account and stole your identity, but it's not true. So anyway, so the woman calls the number. They tell her that her identity has been stolen, and they're connecting her to a CIA agent. Which again, these scammers, they work in teams. They transfer back and forth they have openers, they have closers, which we'll talk about more about that in a little bit. But they transfer her to a scammer posing as a CIA agent who instructs her to withdraw $3,600 from her bank account. The next day, she's directed to purchase Walmart gift cards, right, and then send photos and receipts. Additionally, the woman sent another $500 cash card to the scammers. All right, so there you are. There's that red flag about gift cards. So it's always a red flag, paying in gift cards. But yeah, so that's many examples of these fake order scams that are, again, they're targeting you from all directions. Text messages, phone calls, emails. So you got to watch out for those. A lot of people are falling for those right now. We read about some of those in the headlines earlier today. So it's a very active scam. Grandparent scams. By the way, if you're just joining us, click like, click the heart, say hi in the chat. Subscribe to our YouTube channel, help us spread awareness. All right, so grandparent scams. This is an extremely common scam. Scammers impersonate a distressed relative, often claiming to be in jail, and request immediate financial help. Victims, usually seniors, act quickly to assist their loved ones. Right? I hate the scammers that do this scam. They're terrible. They're calling these older folks or telling them that their loved ones are in jail. They need to send money immediately to get them out of jail. It's just a terrible scam. No morals, right? And there was actually a newer version of this scam that we discussed last week, where the scammers were contacting college students' parents. Like, they got a list of college students and were contacting their parents and saying, your son or daughter is in jail, then you need to pay, they need assistance to get out now, right? It's extremely common scam. Now, I have a recording here. I love this video. So basically, I'm going to show you a video right now where one of these scam baiters, he got into the scammer's computer, right? And he was able to actually watch the scammer on his webcam while he was running this scam. So we actually have a video of this scammer doing a grandparent scam on an innocent victim, and it's amazing. This video shows us what's going on behind the scenes. Anyway, I'll let the video speak for itself, and then we'll talk about it. So here's the video.
Oh, Mom, I had a car accident.
Huh?
I had a car accident, Mom.
Is this Linda?
It's me, Linda.
Where are you?
I got a car accident.
What happened?
I'm gonna put the officer on. I got arrested.
You got arrested?
Hi, ma'am.
Yes.
Hi, are you Linda's mom?
Yes.
What I'm gonna need you to do is grab a pen and paper and write down Linda's case number, ma'am. I need you to hurry up, please, ma'am.
Case number?
It's the number 2.
2?
The letter B as in boy. Can you read that back to me?
2B.
Now, I'm gonna read what's going on, ma'am, okay?
Okay.
Linda was involved in a car accident. It was stated in the police report. She admitted that was her fault. While she was driving, she was using her phone. That's what caused the accident, ma'am, okay?
Oh, man.
The woman that was driving the other vehicle was 7 months pregnant. We had to rush her into the nearby hospital. She might lose her baby.
Oh, really?
Yes. Now, we actually confiscated her cell phone for legal evidence, so she cannot receive or cannot make calls. This is going to be her only last call. Are you with me, ma'am?
Yes, I am.
Now, she actually wrote a note down here saying that she didn't want anyone to know about this. Let's honor her wish for right now because it's too much for her right now. That's what she's saying.
Okay.
What I'm going to need you to do, ma'am, is stay by the phone and wait for the lawyer to call, okay?
Okay.
Okay, bye-bye, ma'am.
All right, bye.
The next.
I love that video. So much to unpack with that video. You know, first of all, you have the scammer. He's impersonating the daughter and impersonating the police officer. Right? He starts off by using voice changing software, so his voice sounds a little bit more feminine, and he's crying, right, making it sound like it's the poor lady's daughter, you know, on the phone. He immediately switches over to the cop, and he puts on his cop voice, right, pretending to be a police officer, and he turns on police scanner chat. Like, it sounds like there's a bunch of police scanners going on in the background, so try to make it sound more legit. Right? And there's a couple interesting caveats there. Notice how he said, your daughter's embarrassed and asked you not to tell anybody about this. That's the request for confidentiality. That's the red flag we were just talking about when they're trying to ask you for confidentiality. And then he says that you need to stand by and we're going to have, what was it, the courts call back or law offices call back or whatever, right? That shows how they work in teams. So this guy's the opener, and then he has closers who he transfers to. So he's got the lady on the hook now. Now he's going to transfer over to someone else who's going to impersonate the courts and the bail bondsmen and the lawyers. And they're just going to take all this woman's money. They're going to try to take all her money. First, they're going to hit her for this fee. Then they're going to call up and say, now you have a court fee. Then they're going to call up and say, now you have a legal fee. And then they're going to call up and say, you have bail to pay, right? Also, notice how they said your daughter's phone has been confiscated, right? That's for the purpose of having her not call her daughter, right? She's not going to call her daughter. She thinks the phone's been confiscated. So it's there's a lot of pieces to this scam, but this video is great because it shows you all those little details and how it works. Now, this guy was located in the Dominican Republic, and there was a big scammer organization there running this scam. And I have a news article. Bear with me one sec. We have a news article here that actually talks about this scam in the Dominican Republic and some of these scammers that they busted and we're going to put in jail. So NJ federal court charges 3 additional Dominicans in grandparents scam. Hey John, that guy got old quick. Inside joke. 3 residents of Santiago, Dominican Republic, were extradited to the United States last week and made their initial appearance in Newark federal court yesterday on charges related to their participation in a sprawling grandparent scam that defrauded elderly Americans out of millions of dollars. So they actually indicted 11 different Dominican nationals, and they charged them with 19-count indictment for this scam. I don't know if that guy was one of them. I hope it was. But what's interesting about this article is it gives you some more details about this scam, and it gives you an idea about these scammer groups behind the scenes. According to the indictment, they engaged in a long-running grandparent or family in need of bail scam against hundreds of seniors across the United States, including New Jersey, New York, Pennsylvania, and Massachusetts. One of the guys was led a network of call centers in Dominican Republic, right? So there's actually call centers doing this. As detailed in court filings, members of the conspiracy referred to as openers, so that's who we just saw an opener, called elderly victims of the United States and impersonated victims' children, grandchildren, and other close relatives. The call centers used technology to make it appear the calls were coming from inside the United States. So there we go again, just a reminder, they can control what shows on a caller ID. Never trust a caller ID. Typically, the victim was told their grandchild had been in a car accident, was arrested in connection with the accident, and needed help. Once openers, again, that's who we just listened to, tricked victims into believing their loved ones were in dire trouble, other workers at the call centers, known as closers, impersonated defense attorneys, police officers, or court personnel and convinced victims to provide thousands of dollars in cash to help their loved ones. The cash was typically received by couriers, and we're seeing this more often. These scammers will actually go and pick up the cash from you. Or it was mailed by the victims. If convicted, they could face a penalty of 20 years in prison for each count and a maximum fine of $250,000 for each count. So crime doesn't pay if you get caught. Maybe it does if you don't, but if you get caught like these guys, it doesn't. So that's a grandparent scam. It's extremely common, especially sleazy scam. I hate those guys. It's actually one of the main reasons that one of the big types of scams why I started Scam Order 101 was these grandparent scams. It's just terrible what they're doing. And our next scam, gift card, receives an email. So let me show you an example of a gift card you might receive in an email. These tend to be more popular during the holidays, but I mean they're popular all year round. So fake gift card scam. Victims receive a postcard or email notification that they received a gift card. When the victim attempts to activate the gift card by scanning a QR code or clicking a link, malware is installed on the device or a fake website is open to steal personal information. All right, so here's an example you get an email. It says your $50 gift card is here. In this case, is a Venmo debit card, right? And it says your company has given you an employee rewards card. Activate your card today. If you click that activation link, you get malware installed on your computer, or you're going to be taken to a site that tries to steal your personal or financial information. It might ask you to link an existing card to this. It might ask you for your personal information to activate this card. But at the end of the day, they're going to steal your personal information and financial information. In the case of receiving one of these emails, like especially in this case where it says it's an employee rewards card, what you would want to do is you'd want to confirm with your employee they actually sent this to you. Right? Don't click any links. Confirm with your employee it was actually sent to you. Or if it came from a family member or a friend, you would want to confirm with them first before activating the card. That's how you handle this situation. But it's important to be aware that you get an email that says you got a $50 gift card, and keep in mind it might not be from employee, friend, family. It might just be the fake email might say, "Oh, special offer. Here's a $50 gift card for being such a great customer," right? But it could be a scam. It most likely will be a scam. They're not really handing out $50 gift cards for free. So watch out for this scam. It's extremely popular. And this is the digital version. This is the version where it comes in through an email. But the next batch of scams we're going to go over is actually snail mail scams, because those are very active, and there's a snail mail version of this scam as well. How we doing out there? Still with us? Looks like the chat's slowing down a little bit. Maybe we'll still have some West Coast people joining us. We'll find out. Got a few more scams to go over. If you haven't been talking, say hi in the chat. Let us know you're here. Click the like, subscribe to our YouTube channel. Hit that heart. Help spread awareness. It's 10:30 p.m. over here. I'm starting to actually fade out a little bit. So I'm going to go through these snail mail scams. Then we'll probably wrap up after that. So let's talk about QR code scams first, because that kind of picks up where we left off with the gift card scam. So the gift card scam we just went over is an email that says you got a gift card. But there's a physical version of this too, where they'll actually send you a postcard in the mail or a letter in the mail saying, you got a free gift card to activate it. I'm just trying to find my example here. There we are. So in this example, they send you a gift card. It's got a QR code on it. It says you get free wireless Bluetooth earbuds. I blurred out the QR code, but this is an example of a physical scam. Right? They're still sending these out in snail mail. So if you scan that QR code, you're going to be taken to a malicious website, which, by the way, QR codes, we're going to be seeing a lot more of those. Thanks to COVID, they're all over the place. Everybody knows how to use them now because of the whole hands-free menus. So everybody knows how to use these QR codes now. Look, scanning QR codes is the same thing as clicking links, right? If you wouldn't click on a random link, you don't want to scan a random QR code, right? You need to think of it that way. These QR codes can take you anywhere. And in this example, and notice how it's funny. These wireless earbuds, they were a hot item, right? So you notice when we were going over to fake retail websites, one of the fake pages was wireless earbuds. So these are what these scammers do. They take popular items and they just work them to their scams. So we saw one with a fake website, pitching these wireless earbuds. Now we're seeing an actual physical gift card with QR code, to pitch these wireless earbuds. And that's what scammers do. They take hot items and they use them to scam people. So this is an example of. This is more of a postcard for like a free item, but it works the same way. You get a letter about a free gift card. You know, don't trust it. Do your due diligence. And while we're talking about QR codes, kind of get a kick out of this one. So scammers were printing out QR codes and they were slapping them on top of the parking meter QR codes. So people are scanning the parking meter QR codes and they don't realize that they're actually getting taken to a malicious website and entering their personal and financial information to scammer. So watch out for these QR code scams. We'll be seeing a lot more of those this year, I'm sure. So now we have 2 snail mail versions of scams here. And both of these were, with the past couple months, these were actually sent to family members of mine, and then they gave them to me as an example. So these are legit examples that are pretty active right now. All right, so on this one, this was a fake letter we received claiming that there was an inheritance, right? And what they did is it was addressed to someone in my family, and they even updated it in the letter to include the same last name as the person that was supposedly deceased. And they claimed there's a $10 million insurance policy, and because we have the same last name, we're entitled to this policy. And this letter with fake letterhead looks legit with like an office name and a law offices and address and things like that. Very professional sounding. It basically says somebody with the same last name died 4 years ago due to COVID. There's a $10 million policy because of our same last name. We're entitled to it, and this law office will expedite the process for us. And there's quite a few red flags in here, but one that I want to point out is in the last paragraph here, it mentions confidentiality twice, right? Which is one of our red flags that we discussed. So I do have all necessary documentation to expedite the process in a highly professional and confidential red flag manner. I will provide all the relevant documents to substantiate your claim as the beneficiary. This claim requires a high level of confidentiality. Red flag again, right? So they mentioned confidentiality twice there. But yeah, this is a physical letter being mailed out to people. The only difference is they just swap the names out and they send it out to the next potential victim. And when we got this letter, I mean, we knew right away that it was a scam. We were familiar with this scam, but I went and Googled it real quick, and there were tons of search results coming back of people reporting the exact same letter. The exact same letter, they just swapped out the last names there. And the way this scam works is what they'll do is they'll tell you that there's fees and taxes that need to be paid first. So you'll pay the fees and taxes, they actually steal that money, and then you never get any inheritance or anything like that. They just disappear with the fees and taxes they convinced you to pay. Or they have you provide your banking information and then clear out your bank account. So there's a few ways it could go. But at the end of the day, they take your money and you're not going to get $10 million. And this is a snail mail scam. So I think we've gotten so used to being scammed, on the internet and email, I think it's easy to forget that, regular mail, they're still targeting us there. And the other snail mail scam we got here is a fake renewal bill. This one was also sent to a family member last year. And it looks like a renewal bill. This one goes to website owners. So people that have websites will receive this one typically. But they make it sound like you need a renewal listing. Right? And they even have dates that like, please submit before July 26th. Like, they make it sound like you have a listing that's going to expire. But you don't have anything. You don't have a listing with them. You're not paying them for anything. You don't have a service with them or anything like that. But they're making it sound like you got to pay this before July 26th. And the idea is for you to pay them $289. And whether they actually give you a listing or not, who knows? But it's a shady tactic where they make it seem like it's a renewal bill when it's not. Somewhere on the back of the letter in like small print, it'll say something like this is an advertisement or something like that. I think they have lawyers look over this to try and avoid getting sued, but it's a scam. 100% it's a scam. This one's extremely common with website owners. Yeah, domain networks. So watch out for this one. It's an actual piece of mail that is being sent out to people. And it'll list your website at the top. You'll see that I blurred it out, but it'll list your website at the top. And the website will be yours. So you'll think, oh, geez, okay, that's for my website. I got to pay this. It's a scam. So that's the fake renewal bill. Scam. All right, and that's it for all our common scams. I mean, the last part is live stream. We usually just go over to resources on the website. Depending on who's here. I mean, we've got the regulars. You've already seen the resources, but I do have some new updates to show you. So just hang out for a couple more minutes. Let me show you some updates I made to our website here. If there's anybody new watching, let me know. I'll go through the whole spiel here. But in the meantime, I'm just going to point out some of the new things here for our regulars. So I finally got approved for some affiliate programs. I'm excited about that. And one of the big updates I did on here is I have a link to NordVPN and NordPass. So if you use these links, you can actually save some money. So if you're interested in getting a VPN software or a password manager software, use my link. For NordPass, it ends up being like $35 for 2 years, right? So if you're looking for NordPass, use this link. It ends up being $35, and you have a NordPass for 2 years. And then NordVPN. Let me show you NordVPN. So this deal, they'll do 72% off plus 1 year for free, which is crazy too. I mean, seems like a crazy good deal. Why does this look different? Oh, get NordVPN. There we go. But something to consider. So if you were going to get NordVPN, you could just get the VPN for it's 2 years for $81. I mean, it's a pretty good deal. But I would recommend doing the Plus version because this actually includes NordPass as well. So for $105, that's 2 years. You have the VPN and it includes the password manager too. So if you were considering getting a VPN, I would say go this route and get the password manager as well. But if you're just looking for a password manager, we have the link here too. $35 for 2 years. So we have the two links right here. You know, so just if you're considering it or know somebody else could buy it, use my link. I appreciate it. I get a little bit of a commission. And I stand behind both these products. I've used them. I like them. I used NordVPN for a while. It was a great VPN software. So I wouldn't list it here if I want to stand behind it. There's a couple more affiliate links coming soon too. I just haven't got them listed on here. And that was a major update to the resources page. I think that's about it. Actually, you know what? Let me just go through it in case there's a couple new people here. By the way, if you're just joining us, say hi. We're just going to be wrapping up soon, but you got here just in time to hear about the tools and resources. Very useful tools and resources. Scamaware101.com, right? You go to our website, click on tools and resources. Lots of useful links here. Lots of useful links. And while you're there, join our mailing list. Click join mailing list. It's free to sign up. I won't spam you that much. But the first 3 links that we list on this page, extremely useful. They're free, right? And what you could do is you could put your email address or your phone number into these free checks, and it will tell you what breaches your data has been involved in. And it'll even tell you passwords of yours that have been that are being sold on the dark web. It's a little scary, but it's important to understand your data that's out there. So these first 3 links, I highly recommend going to each one. They're safe, they're legit, they're free. They might try to sell you something afterwards, but that's okay. But it'll tell you what breaches your data has been involved in. It's important to know that because you may be using passwords that have been breached. And you don't want to keep on using passwords that are being sold on the dark web. It'll also tell you your social security numbers out there and what other data of yours has been breached. Because scammers are going to use that information to try and scam you. they're going to reach out to you and they're going to try to gain your trust because they'll already have your social security number, for example. They'll impersonate social security and they'll say, hey, I'm with Social Security Administration. As verification, we know your social security number is 1234 1234 1234. Now we need to update some billing information with you, right? So that's an example of what they might use that information to gain your trust. And you would think, well, if they know my social security number, it must be the Social Security Administration. But it's not. It's a scammer because your information is probably being sold on the dark web. And that's what these 3 tools here can be used for. It'll tell you what information is out there, what breach they were exposed in. I got to tell you, last year, major breaches. Everybody's health data has been breached. Everybody's social security number has been breached. There's been so many terrible breaches last year. It's a big problem. And we'll be paying for it for a while, individuals. So I don't think we need to go over the rest of these links. We should be able to wrap up. Cool. So that's all I got. Thank you, everybody, for attending this week's live stream. We had some new examples, some great headlines, definitely some new updates this week. I try to keep it excited. I know we cover a lot of the same stuff, but we have to. You know, there's always new viewers, so we always got to cover the same stuff. But I do try to switch it up with newer examples and newer headlines and all that. So, if you're not subscribed yet, please subscribe to our YouTube channel. The subscribers and likes helps get our content out there, helps spread awareness. Follow us on Facebook, Threads, Instagram, Blue Sky, X. You can see links to them all on scamaware101.com. And we're also building out a knowledge base. So hopefully next week I'll have some more updates on a knowledge base for you. But I got about 61 scams so I'm going to be adding to this knowledge base. It's going to be a good resource. Wow, Deb, I want to hear this story. See, that's why I don't do the scam baiting. Like, I'm good with the spreading awareness and everything like that, but I'm not trying to make enemies. You know, don't get me wrong. If somebody comes at me, I'll come at them harder, but I'm not going out of my way to look for it. I figure there's enough scam baiters out there doing their thing, and so I'm just trying to spread awareness. I don't got the time to go to war. I will if I have to, but ain't nobody got time for that. All right. And with that, I think we'll wrap up this stream. To all the regulars, thank you so much. Katie, Deb, it's awesome seeing you. John, thank you again. Everybody attending. Love seeing you guys. Oh, and by the way, if you have any examples of scams that you receive, send them over to contact@scamaware101.com. I'm always looking for new examples to share with people. So all right. Everybody have a great night. Have a great weekend. Hope to see you all next week. And thanks again.